And then we hook here. Now, this is
Come
a very
on,
important
man. This
detail.
hurts already.
It does, doesn't it?
It does. Look
Okay.
at this. He's bragging.
Ay, ay, ay.
So, Chris, unfortunately, Thursday we lost pro wrestling legend Lanny Poffo.
Yeah.
Did you meet Lanny? Did you know Lanny at all?
I met him a couple times, but I didn't know him very well. But I've obviously knew of him, of his family, of Macho, and it's sad. It feels like it's just tough because over the last couple of years, I feel like we've had more loss than my whole life, I think. So it's just kind of, I don't know, it's just different now. Like, I mean, everyone is hard, but it's just, wow, we lost another one, you know. And some, like the Briscoe one was just so tragic to me. It was hard to even look at just because of the family, and then it's just so out of nowhere. But you know, at the same time, you also kind of, you can't help but get, I don't want to say numb to them because they all hurt in different ways, but it's just like, you're not, man, it's hard to get surprised by somebody dying unless it's a Briscoe situation or something like that where it's just completely out of nowhere. You know what I mean? And they're young and able-bodied. But so I don't know. You know, it's like there's a callus developing. And then even before the last couple of years, just being involved with professional wrestling, you guys obviously know the history of it, and so you've seen a lot of people go. And so I mean, it's just one of those things, man. You know, it just sucks. So no, we lost another one, and you know, they never feel good.
At this stage of your life, do you sometimes worry about the career choice you made? I mean, so many guys in your business just get cut short. Do you ever worry
No,
about that? No,
because I had 1 foot in and 1 foot out of the reckless kind of generation. I don't want to say reckless, you know, but like, you know, it was a completely different vibe when I first came in, and you know, the guys I grew up watching and stuff. I mean, it was much more of the rock star lifestyle, is a lot more reckless. And some of them explained it to me like this: it's like, now we know that wrestling is here and it's going to live forever, but back then they didn't know if it was going to be over tomorrow, and that's the way they treated it, and that's the way they live life. But so I saw that side of it, but I also have seen the side now where, you know, we've cleaned up professional wrestling. We don't have all of these issues. We don't have people passing out, you know, in the locker rooms anymore. And so, and you know, I followed suit, luckily. You know what I mean? Like, I had my early issues in my 20s and stuff like that, but now, I mean, you know, I barely even touch alcohol. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say I'm the picture of health, you know what I mean? But I'm not reckless anymore either. Like, I don't drink, I don't party, I take care of myself, and I think that, you know, some of those past decisions could have done me in, and, you know, knock on wood, I came out luckily without any, I think, long-term damage, at least not yet.
There are wild, obviously, 80s and 90s rock star type stories involving wrestlers partying, the drugs, the women. Was it wild when you first got into the WWE scene? I mean, this is now the age of Cena and Lesnar and Orton. Was it as crazy as you know?
It was nothing. It was nothing like what you heard of the '80s and the '90s. But every once in a while, things got wild, and it was fun. And that's why I'm glad I got to see both, because, and it was just very seldom. Like, the wildest times I can remember in WWE, honestly, were, you know, sometimes the WrestleMania parties, but actually more specifically, it was the tribute, the flight over to the tribute to the troops. I mean, you've heard some of the stories. Like, I mean, you know, just think about it. You know, flight, just wrestlers, you got cases of alcohol, and, you know, it was the only time I've ever seen Vince really let his hair down was on those flights, and it was just...
So you say that, so we, you know, obviously the plane ride from hell was on Dark Side of the Ring.
Yeah.
In your moments on your flights to Saudi, what, like, any stories that happened on the plane?
It was
equal
similar
to, like,
stuff, but it didn't sound so bad as, like, the plane ride from hell, because, I don't know, that wasn't a commercial flight. That was literally just the wrestlers in the...
It was a wrestler flight, and I don't think I don't think neither Linda or Vince were on a flight, even though people try to report
You
they
know,
were.
the things that stand out in my head from that were there were some things were kind of sucked, but like, there's a lot of funny stuff. You know what I mean? Like Vince instigating a shoot wrestling match between CM Punk and Shelton Benjamin. And then it actually went from Shelton Benjamin to Carlito because of some kind of cross drama there with Maria. So like, yeah, and then, somebody sleeping on a hammock and getting their hammock cut. I'm not gonna say any of the names involved in that. And then,
Well, go back to Punk. Like, did Benjamin just beat out of Punk, and Punk just cried and said, "Let me go and let me sit down and eat popcorn"?
man, I don't know how
Go to
serious.
sleep.
I mean, this is on one of those places you don't even have a lot of room to work with. But I
Right.
mean, from what I remember, I mean, I think they did grapple a little bit, but like nobody's going to beat Shelton Benjamin. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
really.
Like anyway, in that, and it basically was amateur wrestling too. So like, I don't know. And then Vince. I mean, one of the funniest parts was I remember we were in Germany coming back from Afghanistan, and because we would stop there and we would stop at the base, and man, there was this nice restaurant we go to, and everybody was drinking, and it just turned into this big karaoke thing, like led by Vince. He was having such a great time that like it was time to go, and the captain was ready and everything, and they were like threatening, or no, they wanted us to go, and Vince got so hot that he was like threatening to, buy the plane and all kinds. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he did
right.
not. He did not want to leave, and it was just like I don't know. I just never seen.
What,
like,
what was it like performing for the troops? What did it feel like? Was it special for you?
oh yeah, yeah. It's exactly what you might have heard in terms of it being. It's not just people saying it because it sounds like the babyface thing to say. Or actually, this is what Vince said, and this will put it in perspective. Vince would say, before going there, that the tribute to the troops is the biggest thing we do, even I think over WrestleMania, which sounds crazy, right? You're like, what? Like, because WrestleMania is WrestleMania, but like when you actually go there and experience, you understand what he's saying. It's not that like WrestleMania obviously is much more people and everything, but it was a bigger experience than yourself, is what it is. You get there and you realize it doesn't matter how you feel about the war, politics, any of that. It's bigger than you. It's you performing for people who are doing tasks that are, dangerous, sometimes mundane, and it's a different level of gratitude. Like when you wrestle for people and they enjoy it, that's great, but when you get real gratitude from people, which you every once in a while you see in the world, like I go to certain places, like, and that was one of them. Like the tribute to the troops, you could see how grateful they were to have us there, to have us perform, to be able to meet us, and just to take them out of their everyday routine of what they were doing. So it was every bit of all of that.
What did Vince McMahon mean to you, Chris? I mean, how did you look at Vince?
The god of wrestling, essentially. I mean, and that's probably not the best way to put it, you know what I mean? But it really is. I mean, he's the guy. And so when you perceive it like that, yeah, he can be a bit intimidating, and he's got a big presence, obviously. But I mean, yeah, he's just, whether you love him or hate him. When Vince had all these difficulties over the last half year, and I'd do autograph signings, and I'd hear fans kind of laying into him, or just kind of wanting to discard him, I'd just be thinking to myself, like, even with my circumstance, like, and I don't have ill feelings or anything, like things didn't go perfect when I was there, obviously, but to not at least, he's given so much, whether regardless of how you feel about him. I mean, a lot of all of our fandom is based on what he's given us as far as these classic, and I mean, and he gambled everything in WrestleMania 1 and 2 to make it work. I mean, I just can't, he is the guy over, you can say Stone Cold Steve Austin, John Cena, Hulk Hogan. I mean, Vince is up there alone, right?
Yeah.
Like because what's the common denominator in all of that? All those guys, Vince.
Yep.
How do you feel about the allegations that were against him? Did it bother you, or could you not give?
I mean, it sucks. I don't know. When you hear all these allegations from all these wrestlers, the Me Too movement in general, it sucks to hear. But like, I will, I mean, I was just relieved that I know that, there's nobody that's going to come out of the woodwork and say that I did anything inappropriate. And if they did, they'd be completely full of.
There you go.
Sorry, I don't know if I can curse on here.
No, you
So
can.
I don't know. I looked at all this like, no, I've looked at, I'm not going to say Vince's was surprising. I don't know if any of them were surprising because coming up in professional wrestling was a rude awakening to the realities of the world very quickly, just as far as how guys are and whether you're in a family or not. And that's not all guys, obviously, but it was, it was a rude awakening to all that. And, to me, again, it sucks, but it was like kind of nothing that I wasn't either kind of knew or suspicious of. But again, I just looked at it like, all right, well, this ain't going to be an issue for me. So I just watched and.
But I mean, you're a good-looking guy, right? And you're with this internal family, right? To me, it's kind of difficult not to get involved with someone, I would think. How were you able to stay away from it? If you did, I don't know if you did or not.
Oh, you mean? Well, you're talking about like getting involved with somebody?
I don't mean sexually harassing someone, forcing someone. I'm saying actual relationship with another female.
Well, no, it does. It happens a lot, but like it doesn't happen. Like that doesn't mean everybody dates somebody within the business. You know what I mean? Like there's, I have a lot of friends who have been in long-term relationships with people in the business, and I'm just kind of happy to say that I haven't, just because it seems like it would be very difficult. It's difficult if you're in two different promotions for obvious reasons, and then it's difficult even if you're in the same promotion because then you're now with that person all of the time, and I think that's a problem in itself because I think it's a healthy thing, obviously, to have some time. Like when I was on the road with WWE, it was difficult to be gone that long. Like I had a girl I got engaged to, but at the same time, it was almost like, man, every time I came home, it was so exciting. You have time to miss the person, and then there's a lot to catch up on, and I don't know. So it's, I always realize from that point, maybe it's not great to be gone 4 days, but it's good to have some time away.
You were in the WWE at the same time as Ashley Massaro, correct?
Yeah.
Did you have a relationship with Ashley at all? I mean, relationship like as a friend? Did you know her?
Yeah. She was very nice. She traveled with me, and she rode with me and Orton a couple of times. Just
So unfortunately, she took her life, as we all know. But there is a story about when she was in Kuwait that she claimed that she was sexually assaulted. Did she ever mention that to you or?
No,
anybody?
but we were. I don't think we had a relationship where she would bring that up to me. We weren't like close on that.
Were you
level.
shocked when you heard that story of her
That
allegations?
story, I don't remember the details of it now, but I have heard that story, and it was a bit alarming, that one, and shocking to me. Like that one did surprise me, but I don't remember the details off the top of my head, but I remember it's pretty awful, whatever was said.
Did you ever notice she was having these type of mental breakdowns or problems, or she always seemed upbeat while wrestling?
But like it's hard to tell. Sometimes you can't tell with people up there, or you're so wrapped up in kind of what you're doing, maybe, or like you really kind of put on a mask. I think a lot of times when you're working there, like you almost have to be. I don't want to say you walk in and you be like, I have to be the masterpiece, Chris Masters, from the minute I go to leave, but you kind of have to, you know what I mean? Or at least you have to, you don't always want to show vulnerability. You know what I mean? That's not always, especially in the locker room I came up in where it was guys who were, not the video game generation that we have now, but again, the more rough, kind of rough and tough, pay your dues generation. And
But when you reflect back, right, because you have this internal family, we talked earlier about Poffo and Briscoe, for example. Do you think to yourself after you find out she took her life, like, man, did I not see something? Could I have helped her? Or is it like, hey, look, I didn't have that sort of relationship with her?
It was both probably, because I don't know. I just don't think it's just one of those things. You know what I mean? It's hard to help somebody when they're having issues that are that deep. You would have to really be close to that person to help them in that, you know what I mean? Like, and because, they're not going to open up to you about stuff like that. So like, I just don't feel like I ever got to a point where, if me and Ashley were close enough then, or a lot closer, then I would have felt exactly what you were saying. I felt like, man, why didn't I? But like, I was just kind of never in a position to know that, like, oh man, that she was really suffering from that. So I just, I know that there's nothing that I could have done. But, if anybody that close to me did it, that was really close, that you would almost hope that you would able to see the signs And that would only happen through having conversation or seeing that person every so often or whatever.
How about Benoit? What'd you think about that? Did you see any signs with Chris Benoit?
I I don't think it's a big problem saying this. I mean, I pretty much assumed right away that Chris did what he did, and it's not because he was a bad guy, really, but I couldn't see. I was worried about it. I didn't know for sure. I was worried about it. I didn't see what else could have happened. I didn't see somebody kind of just killing the whole family. So it was shocking, and all I remember was hoping that it wasn't him who did it, and then finding out the next morning it was him who did it, and then just being like, and I just always kind of reflect back, and instances like this have really shown me to trust my gut, especially now at this age. When I shook his hand, there was an intense energy to him that felt very uncomfortable to me, and I've now learned to trust this instinct like wholeheartedly, especially at this age now more than ever. It's not something anybody has to say to you or do. Sometimes you just feel a bad energy about somebody when they're in a room or whatever. There's an intensity about them.
So there was this bad energy you felt from
something.
him.
There was an intensity to him when I shook his hand and looked into his eyes that just made me, I don't know, there were just questions like, whoa.
Interesting.
Whoa, that's crazy.
And like,
That's cool.
it's just overall, but I, like everybody else, I mean, man, you look at I respect his work and all of that, but
Sure.
But do you think when something happens like that, like, you still see these wrestling fans, I love Chris Benoit. Do you think at some point, like when you do something like that, you've just washed away everything that was positive about you, period? Like,
well,
you
I
respect
think
this
everything has
wrestling,
an
but
asterisk. It's hard because now it's hard to talk about Benoit without some degree thinking about all of this.
Sure.
Like even if WWE hadn't wiped the history book of him, it doesn't matter because anytime we bring up even Chris's work, you're just kill his family. Like it's
Yep.
just, I just don't think there's anything we can do about it. Like he kind of did it to himself through what he did, where like
Yeah.
you can't praise him without also like it's like you can't like think about it. Anybody who brings up anything about him, it's like you almost feel like you can't without referring to oh man, but
Right.
or at least even thinking it.
Sure.
Well,
Well, and again, he wasn't a bad guy, man. It was just there was an intensity to him
there was something missing.
that was uncomfortable, and then and I'm not saying I encounter people like that all the time. It's just more I've learned to trust my instincts on like if there's an energy about somebody that feels off, like even if they're nice to me, I'll take a back step and all.
So on the other end, and I'm not trying to compare this, but like you worked with John Cena, right? Which, we consider probably one of the final all-time greats in the industry.
Yeah.
But again, we're just fans. We know nothing. What was your feeling when you met John Cena? And is it true to the rumors that John would try to hold back people such as yourself because of your look and the possibility of you taking his spot?
I would have never thought that at the time. Like, because at that time, I just was like, dude, you're the world champion. You're John Cena. Like, and even when people would say that about Hunter, and I always thought the same thing. I was just like, man, you're Hunter. But you look back at certain instances, and you could make a case for that. But like, still in my mind, it still refers back to like, man, but you know what I mean? Like, what do you have to worry about? Because you've done so. It's hard to look at some of the guys who've had that much success and think that they should worry about anybody. But like at the same time, you're almost being foolish to think that there's not some of that. And like if you read between the lines, and now like I can look back. It's funny because you get older and you do get smarter, man.
Can you elaborate on an instance where, like, you're looking back, you go, wait a minute, yeah, this guy did do this crap to me?
Well, I don't want to create clickbait or anything. Like, I know you want me to point
No.
something specific.
That's not the game we played. I'm just wondering,
But I just, I can know with Cena, for instance. But, like, Cena also had reasons not to like me because I can understand, like, we were very different. We were oil and water. I mean, he's a Massachusetts guy. I'm a California guy. And also, there were things about my work ethic I'm sure that he questioned, and probably rightfully so at that point. You know what I mean? Like, because I've... there are certain points where, I've grown a lot, and I can look back at myself sometimes and be like, oh, you know what I mean? There was a lot more you could have been given at certain times that you didn't, unfortunately. You know what I mean? So, but like at the same time, we just didn't mesh. But like, I just had a difficult time because I worked with HBK, who was my all-time favorite wrestler, and like we worked so great together. And then I would work with Cena around the same time, and it would almost flip-flop. I'd be in tag matches or singles, and it was just such a task with Cena, though. And Cena would try to call me out for it. And I even remember Sean coming to my defense one time and being like, well, I had no problem with him, which I was like, thank you. But I think also a thing with Cena is I think he's very, very, even if you watch the show, he's very OCD. And like I think he would get like that in wrestling matches, especially if he wasn't working with someone that was better than him, like a Shawn or Triple H or something like that. So when he was working with me, it's kind of like, I could have a great match with Shawn, because Shawn was one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, and he could work with anybody. But like with Cena, like, yeah, he had a little more experience than me, but not much. And yeah, he was over as hell, but his overness wasn't a reflection of where he was at in the artistry of professional wrestling yet.
Sure.
So
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I don't want to say it was the blind leading the blind, but it was just like, there was no Shawn Michaels in there to kind of, help things out when need be. And then with John Cena being that OCD,
Right.
you know.
But what's so amazing, right? It's great that you say this, but it's like Shawn Michaels, who had this huge reputation of being probably one of the biggest pricks in the industry and would hold people down. You saw a different side of Shawn Michaels. You saw the change Shawn Michaels then.
Oh yeah, and thank God, because it would be so disappointing, because you always hear the saying about you don't want to meet your idols and stuff. I don't know what it would have been like to meet the first Shawn, and I can't even wrap my head around that, because that was the one, I grew up idolizing that.
Right,
that
right.
guy.
Right.
But I am happy that I was able to. The work experience I had with him was like so pleasant, man. Like it was just. But I kind of threw it out there right from the get-go. Like I let him know pretty early on that he was my guy, and I think I recited some of his promos on him and stuff like that. And it was more just because I just wanted him to know, hey, if I say anything stupid, that might be, because when you're young at that age, there were a lot of little things. There's an etiquette, and there's a lot of little things that can get you heat, especially when you look the way I did, and you're getting a push. And so, like, I would constantly find myself like stepping in my own, like saying stuff that wasn't even that bad, but like it rubs somebody the wrong way and gets you heat. So I was just like, I just wanted to make sure with him, like, hey, I didn't say literally this, but it was me kind of establishing like I have the utmost respect for you. So if I do or say anything stupid, just know it's not, you are my guy. Please just, you know what I mean? Just know that going into this. But like we never had any issues, man. It was like so much fun. Like I can't even tell you the different little challenges that I ended up having to go through working him, because we worked all over the world, and there were always like various. Like I remember there was one match where they kind of challenged me, him and Nate, to not bump him, not even one time in the whole match. Oh, and this was funny. I remember walking into the locker room one time, and Sean and Nate are dressing, and I walk into the locker room. I'm like, so we got a bump in HBK or a non-bump in HBK tonight? And Ric Flair just couldn't believe it. Like he was like, he was like dying laughing, but like it was just more like how, like, cause I'd worked with both of them, but I don't think he hadn't heard some of the one-on-one conversations I had with Sean. So it was one of those things like, this freaking kid is talking to you like that. What the heck? He couldn't, and he made such a big deal about it. But little things like that. And then I remember one time Sean's brace we were in Ireland, and his brace broke, his knee brace. So we had to work a match in Dublin, Ireland, where we didn't run him at all. And like the only time we ran him is that one little sequence for the flipper, the reverse. And then, another thing was just, it got to the point pretty early on where Sean just let me kind of be the quarterback of the match and call the whole match, which was crazy. I mean, like I couldn't even really. It was hard to call the match without phrasing it every kind of thing I'd call it in the form of a question because of who he was.
Right.
But like, man, so I mean, you couldn't ask, if you were to work with your childhood hero, you couldn't ask for a better work experience.
We have the iconic Chris Masters in studio. And boy, I got to tell you, I want to thank all the fans who have donated. The Pharaoh will be attempting to break out of the Master Lock Challenge, and all donations are going to the St. Jude Children's Hospital. First off, I got to say, Chris, you're huge. You know what? You don't realize how huge you are
Try to stand up, right?
until you stand up. Holy cow.
Yeah, people just don't realize 6'4", 260 pounds still. So, I mean, you know, it's what pro wrestlers are supposed to weigh. And
thank you, sir. And that's why I love you in NWA, and I never want to see you in AEW. I want to see you either WWE or stay in the NWA. But first off, the Pharaoh's been good enough to accept the challenge. He will try to break out of the Master Lock Challenge. But before we get to it, got to ask you a question. Being an old school wrestling fan, right, and you loved wrestling, do you remember the Cobra Clutch Challenge?
Oh, boy.
Back in the day. With Slaughter.
Yeah, I do. I mean, that's probably one of my oldest memories.
So I always wish the Master Lock Challenge was going to get to that level. Was that the plan behind the Master Lock Challenge? Was to have you weekly, like constantly put down guys until you just get into that big feud with the guy who finally breaks it?
I'm not sure, honestly. I don't know if in our day and age we could have drawn it out that long, because I think it went a good year and a half or something without getting broken, which already seems like a long time at that point. But, you know, I did a lot of stuff to derail. You know what I mean?
I got you.
A lot happened in that block of time, so it could have gone any which way, I imagine.
Well, I want to remind you, Chris, and I don't want to put a lot of pressure on you, but if my partner, who I love dearly, breaks out of this,
love dearly.
Your career is over.
It's done.
And I'm going to have to call you and hire you at my place.
What are you doing?
So you got one choice.
No, I'm leaving the country.
You're leaving. So it's either break them in half. I know there's money on the line for children, but it's either break them in half or lose your career.
Do it for the kids.
I'm going to go to Southern Africa or something.
All right, Pharaoh, are you ready? The Master Lock Challenge.
Okay, so this is we're gonna go through this step by step, though, right?
Go ahead.
We've got him placed. We've got our victim in the chair.
Victim,
like so.
What the?
Now he's already not starting this out right. He's got a hat on, sunglasses. It's already put it on.
Chris, he's already disrespecting you.
No, but I'm just saying it puts you're at vulnerability.
There's your hat. Okay. Hold on, it's your
get rid of everything. Okay, you don't got to get rid of anything else.
Yeah,
Stop
right.
there.
Are you sure? Wait a second.
No.
You're kind of put together kind of well.
No, you keep that on. You keep that on. We're good there. Okay,
man,
so
this
our
is
next
no fun
step
at all.
This is a very important part. Okay, so we hook under here.
Oh,
right?
Christ.
We hook here. And then we hook here. Now, this is a very important
man. This
detail.
hurts already.
It does, doesn't it?
It does. Look at this. He's bragging.
But here's what's important. You gotta hook the fingers like this.
God almighty.
Wow. You can't just interlace them. So you gotta hook.
Wait, hold on. My beer gut. My beer gut.
Oh,
wait.
boy. And go ahead and stand up. Go ahead and stand up. All right, there we go.
Get out.
All right.
Yeah, we're good. Ow! New day.
So now
We're
what
good.
you do?
We're good.
Yeah,
I guess we're not good. Oh,
see that? You just push the head forward,
Stop it.
and it cuts off blood flow to the head. And what happens is they start to pass out
This is a bad
slowly
idea.
but surely and turn this color purple. That tends to be a bit disturbing. And this is the point. Yep. See, you don't hear
over.
much.
You finished them.
Got very quiet.
Wow.
He's sleeping.
In the discus in the whole country. And he and I placed first and second at the Texas State track meet in Austin in the discus, first and second. And then I placed third in the shot put my senior year and got a 4-year scholarship to the University of Texas, Arlington, where I was conference champion 4 times in a row there. Won my conference, Division 1A. I mean, Division 1.
So there is something to be said for shot put. I got to admit, we don't. When I hear shot put, we don't even think about shot put as just, involving sports here in New York. All we think of are the four major sports. That's pretty cool that you got a 4-year scholarship and you were one of the best in the nation. That's crazy.
When you bring that up, go ahead.
Now, when Kerry and I played running back and linebacker in high school, and I had gotten a concussion my junior year, and I'd gotten my bell rung my senior year, and the doctors were saying, man, you probably should kind of stay away from this heavy contact, football. So I was already throwing the shot put, but my senior year, I just really threw a long way and got national recognition. So it kept me out of football, basically. So I got that the scholarship over there.
Were you disappointed to not be going further with football because of the concussions?
No, I didn't. I was never going to be a professional football player, or I would have been a decent college player, but I had no aspirations to play. I wasn't fast enough. I didn't have a fast enough 40 time to play in the pros, so I never saw myself as a college or pro football player. I just stumbled into the shot put and was really good at it, and the discus as well, and it paid off.
Now, didn't Kerry make the Olympic team in discus?
He was working. We graduated in 1978, and then I went to UTA. He went to the University of Houston for 1 year, his freshman year, and he was working toward the 80 Olympics. And if you recall, they boycotted the Olympics in 1980. So he said, to heck with it. I don't want to wait another 4 years for the 84 Olympics. So he left the University of Houston and started wrestling full time.
So, you grew up with Kerry, like you said. Seems like you guys ran down the same roads, kind of doing the same sports. Obviously, Kerry was hitting the gas pretty hard. Were you involved in hitting the gas at all back at that age, or did you stay completely natural?
I stayed natural. I did a little bit of stuff in college with a shot put because I had to be so strong, but I never stayed on anything for any period of time because I knew that's short lived. Man, you hit the sauce that much, it's going to affect your body. And now then, I'm 63 years old, man. I just had my heart checked out, and the guy that had did the sound. What is that called?
Ultrasound.
Yeah, cardiograms and all that. Mm-hmm. But I'm in perfect shape. They said, man, you're 30 years old. So I'm glad I didn't do the roids and stuff and stay on them heavy. That's me right there. I was like, that was like three years ago.
Wow.
When I was 60.
Yeah.
Incredible.
After further review, I want to be your age if I'm going to look like that.
That's good.
Wow.
After further review.
Damn, Brian. Brian, I got to ask you, though. I mean, growing up with Kerry, and obviously you guys were best buds, and you see Kerry ballooning into a statue. Did you try to tell him, like, bro, this might not be the best thing. You look great, but this might be bad for you?
Well, here's the thing that a lot of people, I know y'all probably know a little bit about it too. Kerry trained harder than anybody I've ever seen. You can't just do some roids and be big. He trained harder than any professional bodybuilder that I've ever seen. He was a workhorse, man. So, and he didn't do them all the time. You got to realize where he came from. Fritz Von Erich, when he was younger, he was a mountain of a man too. So his genetics,
he was,
as far as he just trained harder than the rest of the brothers did. And it wasn't all roids. Kerry trained super hard to get that body.
That's actually really good to know.
Do some roids
That's
and
cool.
look like that.
Yeah,
that's a lot of work.
he might have had the greatest physique we've ever seen, right, Mike? I mean, Kerry Von Erich, you absolutely love. I know that much, but he might have had the greatest physique we've ever seen in a wrestling ring. Very close, if not the best.
So, Brian, hanging out at the Von Erich house, like you said, it was like Disneyland. Was there any jealousy on your part, being around that family all the time?
Absolutely not. They.
How about some stories, if you have
86 or
some, of
87,
a couple of other legends from that area that left us too soon? Gino Hernandez, Chris Adams. Any stories about those folks?
Oh yeah, Gino was a great worker. So was Chris. It was. Gino was kind of a shock. You know, they found him over there and in his apartment. You know, he was dead, and you know, Chris was kind of got in trouble. You know, Chris was a drinker, kind of a blackout drinker. He had gotten, I think he had some legal trouble when he got, killed. He was basically living with a guy the guy was letting Chris live with him, and they were drinking and got to wrestling, and it got serious, and Chris put him in a chokehold, and the guy's name was Boudreaux, and Boudreaux told me, he said, man, Chris wasn't letting me out of the chokehold, and I was getting ready to pass out, and I knew he was not going to let go because he was mad. The play turned into a real fight, and they fell back up against the headboard on the bed, and the guy had a holster with a .357 in it, and he grabbed that gun, and he put it on Chris's leg. He was going to shoot him in the leg to get him off of him, and right when he pulled the trigger, they moved, and it went right up through Chris's torso, through his heart, and killed him. So that was tough too, because I'd worked with Gino and Chris a lot too, and they were both just really, really good workers. They were mainstays here at World Class, you know.
I got to ask you while I have you, because I wouldn't forgive myself if I didn't ask you, since you knew the Von Erich family so well. I always felt that David was destined for great, great things, and I feel that he was the greatest of the Von Erichs. I mean, ultimately, Kerry is probably the most famous of them, but I feel like David was cut short. Was David headed for serious world championship aspirations? Because I felt he had the real total package as a professional wrestling product. Any thoughts on that?
Absolutely. Everybody will tell you David was the best worker by far. David understood the business, the psychology of the business. He was going to take over World Class. He was going to step in Fritz's place because David had a business head on his shoulders and understood the business really, really well. And that really changed him. Passing away changed the course of what happened with World Class tremendously. So, yeah, David was the worker. I watched David work. He could work, man, and he had the business sense. And not that Kerry and Kevin didn't, you know, but he was the one that was going to take it over and run it.
Can I ask you about when David passed? Again, we're just fans. We don't know anything. You hear so many different stories, one being the abrasion and then one being that he OD'd on drugs. Do you know anything behind the passing of David?
I do not. I don't know anything other than what everybody else, what's been written or whatever. I know when he left, he was having some trouble with his stomach. I don't know if he had what was wrong with his stomach, but he had complained that his stomach was hurting before he went on that trip. So it would be conjecture on my part to say what happened because I wasn't there. But, you know, they say he died of enteritis. I think he had some type of intestinal problem, and that's all I know. I didn't hear anything else. Or,
so,
you know, what, all the rumors, but it's like I said, it'd be conjecture on my part.
You on a personal basis, right? You guys are all rock stars in Texas at this point, and now worldwide you're becoming rock stars. clearly drugs was a big part in the industry, just not in Dallas, but all over the world, right? For you as a wrestler. How did you stay out of that game and survive?
Well, I mean, I'm no saint, and I'm not going to portray myself as a saint. I had my bouts with alcohol and prescription drugs and stuff like that, and I think a lot of it, you work so hard and you travel so much. I think with me, it was kind of like when I had some time off, it was like I treated myself to, something to maybe escape some of the pain or escape reality or whatever you're wanting to do. But like I said, I'm no saint, but I woke up one day and it's 23. I haven't taken anything other than what a doctor has prescribed me since May 10th of 1993. I've been over 30 years now.
Awesome.
Going clean and sober with absolute 100%.
Tell us about the Freebirds. And how was Michael Hayes? Is he full of himself? Because he really ruined this poor guy when he ran into him in an airport. How was Michael Hayes in the Freebirds?
Michael, lived his gimmick, which really, if you don't live your gimmick, you're selling yourself short. So
I agree. Every
professional wrestler has to have a bit of being full of himself.
Yep.
Because if you can't separate your personal life and your business life, you're basically a product. And the way you market yourself, the way a corporation would market a product, you're selling yourself short. I acted completely different on TV as Brian Adias as I did people. I've always had everybody that's ever met me say, man, you're one of the most intelligent, nice and, guys I've ever met. Because I can't go out and, talk shit to people and, be Brian Adias all the time. So when people met me, I wanted to be impressive as a human being, and not be all that. But when I was at a wrestling arena or something, I was certainly in character, and you have to be. But yeah, Michael had a strong, personality, and he lived the business. He's done well for himself. He's up in WWF, Vince's office, and one of his right-hand guys. So he's done something right, man. So Michael's a smart guy too. So Michael and I always got along good. I had a lot of respect for him, and Terry and Buddy. They were the Freebird Von Erich feud is still talked about today, and it was huge.
God, were you ever angry at the way some of them passed away? Obviously, I mean, did you ever get angry about it? Like, what the?
I don't know if anger is the right way to put it. Suicide. You don't ever know what's going on in somebody's head. I found that out with Kerry because I was with Kerry the day before he committed suicide. But to answer your question, I don't think I was ever angry. I guess I was, like your mom used to tell you, I'm not mad at you, I'm just disappointed.
Okay.
I was disappointed that they took their life. And, Kerry had two girls that were 6 and 8 years old, and they just idolized him. And he loved, Holly and Lacey. I mean, like, that was their world, the girls and him. He loved those girls. And it was, I guess I was a little bit, I guess you could say, angry with Kerry that leaving those two girls behind than I was of him taking his own life.
And you mentioned you were there the day before. Did he not give you any signals at all?
No.
Nothing. And I knew Kerry better probably than I'd spent more time with him growing up, and he did not That's when I tell everybody, you never know what's going on in somebody's head, and you just don't, because he didn't act like anything was wrong.
Yep.
He didn't have anything telling me, hey, things are tough or anything like that. I was shocked when he did it. It's I was driving down the road and I heard it on the radio, and what was weird. I was like a mile from the exit where they live out in the country, and I pulled down there, and Fritz was there, and all the cops were there, and they had Kerry covered up with a tarp, and it was surreal. It was. I still think about it. I still think about him. It's hard for me to believe that he took his own life like that. It wasn't easy, So
I don't want to glaze over it though, but you did say you weren't so shocked about Chris and Mike. Why was that?
They were just. I think both of them spent their life trying to measure up, and I think they always felt like they might not have measured up, and they weren't good enough or something like that. And,
Pressure.
They were. It just. I guess overall, it just didn't surprise me as much with Mike going through the toxic shock. He had a temperature of 107 for 2 days or something, and they thought he was never going to make it. And then he pulled out of it, but him not being the same, it didn't surprise me as much as if that would have never happened. And Chris kind of had his own little issues and stuff. Chris was 10 years younger than Kerry and I, but they just. I kind of look at Kerry, David, and Kevin on one level, and then Mike and Chris. Not that they're below or anything. It's just they were just different. They didn't,
Now, you have this relationship with Fritz. He's like your second father. At this point, after Kerry takes his life, the family's in disarray. Do you go to Fritz and have a conversation with him to see if he's okay? Is there any kind of conversation, or is at that point Fritz done?
Oh, like I said, I heard it on the radio, and I was 3 minutes away from where it happened, and I drove over there, and I talked to Fritz then, and I talked to him later as well, but I don't think he ever really gave up. He was a strong-willed man, and I felt more. My mom and I always talked about, Doris, their mother, what she went through. There's nothing like a love that a mother has for their children, and she lost 5 out of 6 kids. Mm-hmm. Jackie, the oldest boy that was older than Kevin, he was killed in a freak accident in Buffalo, New York when he was 6 in 1958 or 59. And then, David, Mike, Chris, and Kerry, 5 out of 6 kids. And I had more compassion and empathy for Doris than I did, Fritz. I think Fritz could take care of himself. He's pretty strong-willed guy, and we had conversations though. But he didn't give up on life or nothing. So, he got brain cancer, passed away in '97, but he was pretty much the same, till he died. I used to go over there and see him. It was on that same property where Kerry killed himself, where he lived, So, but he was a strong guy, and
let's bring
Part of the mat, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
What do you do with these old mats?
That's smart, right?
Make them into cards. Okay. For SummerSlam. Which SummerSlam? Is the one that broke his knee?
That might have been SummerSlam 07, yeah.
Is that before? No, he's tried to be a gorilla for a really long time. So, yeah. Ray, if you're watching, You're still not a Guerrero, bro. I know you keep trying to be Guerrero, and you're like, hey, and your son might be a Guerrero.
Oh, Dom may have Guerrero blood in him.
I know Angie does. What?
Uh-oh.
Face, man. There you go.
Chavo keeping everyone entertained. Ryan, check that out. Oh, man, Mick Whittle. Mick Whittle wants a little Lieutenant Loco love.
Okay.
To Andrew
To Andrew.
in any color.
I'll do some rights on this.
Yeah, white or pop. Steve says he's trying to figure out how you age better than R-Truth.
Our truth doesn't age.
Yeah, well, so he's putting you over.
Better.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
all
yeah.
right. Thank you. Big shout out to you. Thank you very much for that.
Andrew, Lieutenant Loco.
Then our truth. I love that. I'm gonna tell Big Ronnie next time I see him. I look better than you, son.
Coming up. Bobby T, we're going to get this done for you, wacky man. In any color that pops, this won't be personalized, but he wants 4-time WWE Cruiserweight champ.
Okay. Any color.
Any color that pops. So that's a paint pen. He says something you can see from across the room. So maybe not white, actually. Because he always goes something bright, as if he was colorblind, I guess.
Okay. And what's the description?
4-time WWE Cruiserweight champ.
4 times WWE champ. Okay. So
I did, Jen. Yep, we got your program earlier, actually. I got a couple of cards left for you that we'll be getting through in the next 40 minutes or so. Missy wants to know, when was the last time you've been to North Carolina?
to North Carolina. Well,
Yeah.
It's been a minute. That has definitely been a minute. Probably maybe like an independent show. Probably 3 or 4 years ago. It's been a minute. But I do like North Carolina.
We gotta get Chavo to North Carolina.
Flair country.
They'll be calling it Guerrero country when you're done with it.
All right, I think that, but it's, we all know it's Flair country.
Dakota, check that out. 4-time Cruiserweight champ. Excuse me, the Bobby T. It's not Dakota.
Bobby.
All right. We had to have a question. What's a funny road story that you can share? That's a Brandon. Funny road story that you can share.
You know, I've really said a lot of the ones that we can say on TV, or TV on camera, whatever you want to call it. But funny road story. You know, we were on the road so much, and we were the reason why we wrestle rim a lot is because we're on the road so often, and we're always trying to just keep each other entertained. So I do remember playing golf, and I think it was like in upstate New York one time, and it was with me, Eddie, Brian Adams, Russell, Brian Knobs for the Nasty Boys, 1 or 2 other people, and they just punched the greens. So if anybody knows what golfing is, they kind of aerate the greens. They call it punching the greens. So there's a bunch of holes on the greens. So it sucks for playing golf. 2 weeks later it looks great because the grass grows, but when they first do it, it sucks to putt on that. But I remember Brian Adams, who was Crush, also part of Chronic. One of the funniest guys in wrestling. He didn't really seem like that.
I've heard that from a few of the boys.
One of
Yeah.
the funniest guys in wrestling. And one time, Brian Knobs is putting on the punched green, and he goes, "Hey Brian, this reminds me exactly like your ass," because it had all the dimples on there.
That's hysterical.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Well, there you go. That's the answer to your question. That's a funny road story, Brandon.
That one I can tell.
Exactly. It's a funny road story that you could tell.
Yeah.
Tim, we got your AEW flag, of course. Yeah, we can. You know what? Let's do silver over here. Yeah.
Okay, great. And we want that up here.
Yeah, I think maybe over here or over here. Check that out, Tim. And then, Mike, we're going to get your ECW flag right after that.
All right.
Tim Chavo Guerrero Jr.
Right there.
on your All Elite Wrestling flag that you got from us.
AEW, son.
And now, little ECW love.
Cool.
Maybe somewhere right over there, Chavo. This is for you, Mike. This is your ECW flag.
There. All right.
Check that out.
ECW.
There it is. Thank you, Mike. What's a funny ECW 2.0 memory you can share? You have the title there. You had the quick WrestleMania match with Kane, but they were building it up. You know, that was, people forget, that probably wasn't supposed to be that quick.
Well, this was it. They were building that match. And what happens when we get to WrestleMania, they start, a lot of the contracts start coming through. So let's say they're trying to sign Snoop Dogg. Well, sometimes that won't come through until the day before, the day of sometimes. So they have to, times change all the time. They're constantly changing even though they may have the card set 2 weeks before or a month before, the day that it gets to WrestleMania, things change a lot. So me and Kane had a match on WrestleMania. We had a great run going. We had really good chemistry in the ring. So then, about a week before, they sort of shuffled things around, and we weren't on WrestleMania. So me and Kane went to Vince McMahon and said, "Hey, Vince," we had a meeting with him in his office and said, "If we're not on WrestleMania, then this championship doesn't mean anything." And Vince was like, "You're right. Okay, you guys are definitely on." So the week before, we had, like 8-minute matches, 8-minute match. When we got to WrestleMania, Vince called us in and goes, "Guys, I have to cut time. I'm cutting time all over the place. I even cut time from the main event and here shuffling times around." So he goes, "I can only give you guys 2 minutes." Well, I'm like, 2 minutes? What are we going to do in 2 minutes? No one remembers a 2-minute match at WrestleMania. Nobody. So we're like, well, what if we say we can do this in 10, 20 seconds? And he was like, what? That's great. How can you do that? So we kind of like, a collaboration between all three of us, figured it out, and that's how it happened. So Kane won the Invitational Battle Royal to face the ECW champion. So I didn't know who I was going to face until it was Kane. And then when I did my whole entrance and I'm watching for Kane, I don't see him anywhere. He pops up behind me, beats me in 8 seconds. If it was that, I'm like, 8 seconds, awesome, great. So I had my gripe saying he cheated. I was coming down the ramp, and what other match, what other sport could someone just appear? I'm not saying it's not jump somebody, but actually beat them for a title. Oh, this shouldn't be even shouldn't even gone through. He cheated 100%. He didn't want to face me straight up because he knew I could have beat him. Vince loved it. We ended up doing it. And to this date, that 8 seconds, that was the most I ever got paid for one match. It's true. Totally true.
By the second, if you want to break it down. Yeah. No, I know. Well,
that was the most I got paid for one match. It was a lot. And thank you, Jim Ross. But yeah, that was for that. And if you break down the second, it was pretty lucrative.
Substantial. Boom. Look at that. That looks beautiful. Ty, I know you're going to like that. We can use that same blue paint pen, Chavo. So the request is, this is the History of SmackDown book. Okay. 4-time Cruiserweight champ. You beating up on Ray.
Still to this day, people come up to me and say, "I hated you for putting Ray out." So I was on a plane the first season of Young Rock. We filmed it in Australia because COVID had shut down Hollywood. And I'm on a plane. I sit next to Brett Azar, who's obviously playing the Iron Sheik. He looks just like him.
Sure.
He's got the mustache and stuff. So we're in first class. I sit there, I look at him, I say, "Hey, are you in Young Rock?" And he's like, "Yeah." played on her sheet. Oh, great. So we started talking. I said, hey, I'm your roasting for me. He said, oh, great. So we talked for about 15 minutes. And then he goes, did you used to be a wrestler? And I said, yeah, I was a wrestler. He's like, well, what was your name? I said, well, I wrestled for WWE. My name was Chavo Guerrero. And he went, oh my God. He goes, I didn't recognize you. He goes, I hated you. I effing hated you is what he said. He said, I used to pray nightly for your death.
Oh.
When you put Rey Mysterio out, he goes, I get it now. He goes, but I literally hated you. He's like, I didn't even recognize you. I didn't put two and two together. He's like, what the heck? So that was a pretty cool story.
Well, you know what? I remember that beatdown, and in that era, there weren't beatdowns like that. That was a bad beatdown where you really got a lot of sympathy on Ray because of how vicious it was. The vicious stuff wasn't really done a lot like that.
So, one of my regrets, and Bruce Pritchard was right, I was hitting him with a chair, hanging him upside down. I was hitting him with a chair, and I was hitting him, and I was going to hit him again. He says, I quit, because he's a quitter. And I went to go hit him, and I was like, yeah, and I raised my hand. And Bruce said, right, he goes, you know what you should have done? You should have raised your hand, you should have turned back to him, and hit him again. And I said, you're right. But there was a lost opportunity.
Ray may have it coming, though. You heard that, Ray? Watch out. There could be a chair.
Well, look, I got to tell you this. I just don't understand why Rey Mysterio still has to... Look, we all love Eddie. But we're not going out with his gimmick. And our gimmick. I mean, our gimmick was Los Guerrero's gimmick. And coming out to Los Guerrero's, we lie, we cheat, we steal. And everybody's like, oh yeah, keeping Eddie's memory right. I said, no, dude, you're. I'm tired of people. That's the truth. This is not a bitter thing. This is true. I'm tired. We worked hard for that last name. We worked. This whole family worked really, really hard to keep that name, to get that name to where it was. And we're tired of people prostituting it in a sense and using it for their benefit. So. Rey Mysterio, I'm sorry that no one knows who Rey Mysterio Sr. is. Rey Mysterio Jr., no one knows who he is. And I'm sorry that you have to latch on to the Guerrero family. And we're just kind of tired of it. So, thank you for keeping Eddie's name alive. Thank you for keeping the Guerrero name alive. But we don't need you. We're good. You know what I'm saying?
With the way Chavo looks right now, WrestleMania next year, Chavo Ray, who wouldn't want to see that one more time?
I don't think Ray could hold a candle to me right now, to be honest. Okay, boom.
Anthony, check that.
Man,
Always a
good
pleasure,
to
my
see
man.
you. All right, Farrell, Madonna's back at home and feeling better after emergency hospitalization. Madonna is back home and feeling good as she recovers from the bacterial infection that led to her emergency hospitalization.
Ah, thank goodness. I was worried. I'm such a big Madonna fan. I'm thrilled. Was she fly in 5 doctors from 5 different nations to make sure that her care was taken? What am I going to worry about Madonna? She don't worry about me.
Why? If Madonna would have turned around and not made it, that would not have affected you?
Not in the least.
Really?
I'm a metalhead from the 80s. I don't care.
She's still not an
I'm
icon?
mean.
She's not an icon?
I'm just fucking around. Of course she's an icon. She's a legend.
Right.
Of course she is.
I was thinking, I was thinking when I read the article, I was like, singing and acting is no different than wrestling.
Right.
She just took the name Madonna.
Right.
That's her now a name.
That's
like
right.
We used to make fun of Warrior for taking Warrior and making it his name, but what's the difference?
Dude,
there is no difference.
Prince became a symbol. Don't even call me a name.
Exactly.
I'm a symbol.
Exactly.
I can't pronounce a symbol. I mean, what do you do with that? What do you do with that? Call me symbol.
But then when records weren't selling, then he became Prince.
Well, back to being Prince. Yeah. He took that little red Corvette, shot straight down to the trademark office, and went back to Prince.
Do you think if Sky Blue becomes famous, she'll make her name Sky Blue?
Yeah, and she'll have a child named Sun Yellow. It's great. It's just great.
I just don't.
It's a mess.
I don't know where to go.
Well,
with that.
are you? You must be. Are you a Madonna fan? You are, right?
I'm a huge Madonna fan.
You are right. There's one song I think I like from her.
One song?
One.
Which one would that be?
I like Into the Groove because I like the bass line.
It's a great
bass line.
song.
Yeah, that's a great song. But in general, yeah.
Dude, but
Name me some songs. I'll tell you if I like them.
I don't know, Like a Virgin?
That's ridiculous. I can't stand it. And I like a Surgeon much more from Weird Al. Go ahead.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. He's sexier, too, when he's doing the,
Hold on.
Kidding.
I-
Or am I? Wait a minute.
Hold on. We're going to do this real quick.
What?
Going off
Madonna's
script.
greatest hits?
Top hits.
Oh, she's got 1 million, I'm sure. She's a superstar.
All right, Like a Prayer.
Nah.
Into the Groove.
That's great.
Vogue.
No.
No.
And don't say Holiday either. Holiday. No.
Open Your Heart.
No.
Open
No.
your heart to...
No.
Really?
No.
Who's That Girl?
Oh, God, you're killing me. No.
Like a Prayer.
No.
Justify My Love.
No.
I give up, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Holiday.
No. Nope.
Jimmy.
What?
Jimmy.
I like Janis Joplin. I don't like Madonna. Don't
Okay,
you see
wait a
where
minute,
I'm
hold
going
on.
with this?
What would you like? First of all, Janis Joplin had
Don't.
two decent songs.
Janis Joplin had an amazing soulful blues voice that was killer. Okay.
Nowhere near Madonna.
Oh no, you're right because Madonna can't touch Janis
Oh,
Joplin.
come
You're
on.
right.
Stop it.
You're right.
You're
I
out of
agree.
control.
No, I'm not.
I can't wait to talk to our
Yeah.
guest.
Madonna
because
wouldn't have
she's
been
gonna
invited
agree
to the
with me
Monterey
100%.
Pop Festival. I'll tell you
Dude,
that.
you can't. If you're going to take up women, great women singers,
Janis Joplin,
she is not
Stevie
there.
Nicks, Grace Slick. Those to me are great.
First of all, I'm not even going on
What?
record to say Christine McVie was a better singer than Stevie.
Well, she had a
Nicks.
smooth voice, but Stevie Nicks has the magic. I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm
she
just
also
sorry.
has Mick Fleetwood writing for her.
What?
She also had Mick Fleetwood writing.
Yeah, could you
for her.
picture Christine McVie singing some of the songs that Stevie sang, though?
Stevie's great.
Get out of town.
Stevie's great.
Yeah.
And if you were to challenge Madonna with Stevie Nicks, I would definitely say if we went head to head.
Yeah, Stevie Nicks
We
is blowing
did
her out of the
head to
water.
head with
out
singers,
of the water.
But
Goodbye.
Janis Joplin, no, bro.
Janis Joplin was one of the greatest blues singers ever, men included. Men included. Robert Plant, as a matter of fact, copped some stuff.
Everybody
from
out there, I
Janis.
love you guys, but this is what I
I'm
call
a-
Pharaohism.
I'm a rocker.
He will stick to his
I know I'm
rules
right.
of Pharaoh,
I'm a rocker. I
even
don't
when
care.
he truly doesn't believe it inside his
well,
heart.
if you're asking me who was a bigger star, then it's obviously Madonna. I'm not stupid. But who's a better singer, in my opinion? It's not even close. It's an insult to Janis Joplin. Watch Ball and Chain from Monterey Pop Festival, 1967, and tell me that that's not a pair of pipes. You don't even know the song,
Wait, hold
so
on,
you
hold
can't
on.
say nothing.
I didn't say Janis Joplin wasn't a good singer. All I'm saying is she was okay. She was okay.
Okay, you're tone deaf, but anyway.
If you just
go
want to
ahead.
sit there and scream in a microphone,
If that's how you look at
high
it.
on heroin, I don't know what to
Well,
tell
you know, high on heroin.
Federal judges.
You're right. Yeah, they were it.
Friggin', how awesome
were
was
it.
he, man? I
He
got
was
to tell you,
fantastic.
a huge fan of his.
Who else we got from WCCW?
I don't know. We got to get. You know what?
Gotta start taking a look.
Well,
that was a
supposed to have
home run.
Tatum
He was
on,
great.
but Tatum like didn't show up. Right?
No.
We've had so many great
Tatum
stars,
got
but
off
I got to
easy,
tell you
too,
something.
for that.
For me, that was a super entertaining interview.
That was fantastic. It
And look
really
what this guy
was.
made out of his life too after wrestling.
You know what, though? I mean,
It's amazing.
as a human being, I give him so much credit. He watched that whole family leave him.
Yeah,
How do you, I can't even,
testament to him.
it really is. He's an amazing individual. That
And
was
by the
fan-
way,
that was
with all
great.
due respect, his wife was smoking hot.
Was she?
Oh,
I
my
missed
God.
the whole thing. Why didn't you have her pop in so we could wave
I
and
was
say
gonna
hi?
ask.
I missed the whole thing.
I didn't know. Like, look, some guys get weird. Like, you get weird. If someone thinks your girl's hot, you get all.
I get weird.
Yeah, you go. Talking about my girl. You know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah,
What is this
you're a
shit?
bit jealous.
Well, no, you tend to hammer on. That's the problem. Oh, your girlfriend's a big
But
whatever.
I would have
you know.
I would have said, hey,
Yeah.
she's hot. But anyway, I don't know what else to say. She was hot,
Ay, ay, ay.
and I'm not being disrespectful.
I don't think you are.
I'm
You
just-
kept it clean.
She's smoking.
Yeah, and I only cursed right at
Sorry
the
to
beginning
say
of the
it.
show. Everything was clean after that.
You're doing well.
It's effing
But
wild.
this may be a problem, though. It's going to stay on a little longer. I wanted to cover something with you. I thought it was pretty important. Right?
Okay.
So
Can't go home yet, Abe.
Mantor,
Abe?
Mantor passed away last week, right?
Yeah.
Mike,
Right, Mike, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I guess everybody's aware that Eric Sims, we have a relationship with him, right? Eric's an agent. He travels with the wrestlers. In fact, I think he was just down in Texas with Brian, and he did like a, like a mass signing
Cool.
down there.
Very cool.
So anyway, Mike, I shouldn't really call him Mike Mantor. So
He's
apologize.
Mike to you.
But I just want to make sure everybody understands what I'm talking about.
Right.
When Mike passed away, Eric, as we know, he had Mike booked for 80s Con or
Right.
90s wrestling.
Yeah,
I don't know
I
the
got
name,
you.
but I think it was 90s
He
wrestling.
had him coming up for something good.
So
right.
Mike unfortunately passes away, and we know Eric.
Still
Eric sometimes doesn't think. I've had problems with Eric,
Yeah.
okay, and I've made it clear with him. But overall, Eric Sims is a good human being. Sometimes he gets caught. I know for you,
I didn't say a word.
I know, but I'm just saying, I know you're not always the biggest fan, which is fine. It's cool.
To
Not that
be
you-
fair, though, there's plenty of me that likes him quite a bit.
Absolutely.
To be
I
fair.
don't want it to seem like you hate
No,
him. I'm not.
absolutely
and
not.
If I'm coming across
No,
that way,
I
do
do
apologize.
not. Not even close.
But Eric sometimes
cool.
doesn't
He's fine.
think. So he gets caught in the gimmick of stuff.
Yeah.
And the day Mike passed, he announced it.
Right.
Right. And then said, hey, everybody, who should I get next?
Ugh.
So a lot of people, all right, I don't want to say a lot of people got offended. Some people got offended.
It's the timing.
And by the way, he's bringing in PN News,
Right,
who's
good.
Mike's best friend.
Good.
Right?
That's cool.
But it definitely bought some heat.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
I want you to weigh in
the
on
timing.
that first. Opinion about what I just told
It's
you.
just the way you worded it just now.
Exactly. Just give me
If that-
your response to that.
You got to know to not do it right at that moment. Like, wait a day or two.
Fair enough.
Just don't do it at that moment.
Made a mistake.
That's fine. He's human.
Right? So you're closer
So
to
give him a
Mike.
break.
You're closer to Mike. Say
I
you're
like-
closer.
I liked Mike quite
but
a
say
bit.
you're very close to him.
Right. I liked him quite a bit.
Is your feeling about what Eric did even worse?
Ooh. Well, first of all, if I'm close with Mike, how do I necessarily even know who Eric Sims is?
Well, because you're in you're in the wrestling. You know Eric Sims is a promoter. You know Mike was
Okay,
supposed
if I'm
to
aware
come,
of the whole
and you're very
situation-
close with Mike, does it make the
It
situation
depends
worse?
on where my emotions are at that given moment. If I'm really, really distraught and he says that, I might get a little, but then again, I wouldn't go public. I'd call him.
All right,
I'd be
so,
like,
okay,
Eric, you
okay.
might
So,
not have,
This is what
you know,
happened.
I mean, being
So-
publicly attacking him, I mean.
Okay, well,
leave-
so
you know,
there was a
leave the
public
guy alone.
public
What the hell?
attack.
Okay.
It was from Big Vito. Remember that guy?
Yeah, sure.
Right.
I do.
This is what he wrote.
What did he write?
You wanted to know about your cult hero? He actually wrote this today.
What?
He's been doing it a lot, but I just took today's clip. You wanted to know about your cult hero? Maybe now you will respect wrestlers and the business. We are human beings. You prey on people's hardships and go to their deathbeds to get the last drop. If your house was burning, you would only care if your wrestling merch was okay. Anyone who deals with this going forward, you're just low class. By the way, can you put a picture of Big Vito up there so everybody knows who I'm talking about? Because again,
Can I warn you right now? You're getting me mad.
all right, but hold on.
All right.
I just want people to realize that
Yeah.
who I'm talking about, Big
Yeah.
Vito, because he was very
Yeah.
forgettable.
Right, yeah,
Okay?
look up my, he's got a cap.
Or,
He wears a
or
cap.
look for the wrestler who wore a dress to try to get over. That's probably the best.
God, really?
That's probably the most.
Oh,
that's probably the most
Jesus,
thing he's known
God
for.
almighty.
All right.
Oh, my God.
So
Go ahead.
anyone who deals with this going forward, you're just low class.
Get me mad.
Promoters, your promotions are your legacy. Do you want to be associated with this? Most of all, when you say the word, that's him.
It looks ridiculous.
Well,
Go ahead.
because he wasn't a good wrestler.
Right.
He had no mic skills. So
Yeah.
what did they say? Put a dress on him.
Yeah.
But he cares so much about the wrestling business. He's like, I'm okay. I'll wear a dress.
Right.
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 You
Gotcha.
spoke about
Where's the,
before
lipstick?
before
I don't
poor
see the
Mike
lipstick.
passed away. We talked about the worst gimmicks of all time. That's one of the worst gimmicks.
Oh, Mantor pisses on that. What are we talking about? Go
All right.
ahead.
Most of all, when you say the word brother, it doesn't mean you take his booking for bullshit excuse like a trust fund. A couple of $100 doesn't cover pens and pencils. Have the honor and represent your brothers in this business. Now listen and read. If you book this person on your shows, you're just as dirty as him. Thank you for all who truly care.
For all who truly care.
Right. Now, let me explain something.
Yeah, go ahead.
So clearly,
I can't curse, huh? Go ahead.
a little bit, but don't get crazy.
I
Don't
just-
do the foul crazy.
Yeah, whatever. If you're going to neuter me, I ain't going to say
Clearly,
nothing.
Big Vito.
Phooey.
is upset over the passing of another one of his brothers in arms.
That's fair.
Okay?
He's got every right to be.
And he's certainly upset, like you said. His timing was
Go back
wrong.
to the top of the statement. Go back to the top
Go ahead.
of that statement.
Go ahead.
Okay?
You want to know about your cult hero.
Keep
Maybe
going.
now you will respect wrestlers and the business.
going.
We are human beings. You prey on people's hardships and go to their deathbeds to get the last drop.
Right here. If your house was burning, you would only care if your wrestling merch was okay. Is he disregarding that Eric is a father and a husband?
All right, I think the point is
I
that
know, I'm taking him literally.
No,
okay?
you can't take it literally.
Why not?
Because if you are, then you know what? You're taking a.
Oh!
I stopped.
I think they know what that was.
I stopped.
Oh, you were saying Fugazi. That's what you
you're
meant.
taking a guy with half a brain and using his words as a literal statement. Okay? But I understand where you're going with it. But let me get a little deeper with this.
Yeah,
okay?
go ahead.
So he's upset about one of his brothers in arms. And Abe, please chime in also. So I checked Mike's GoFundMe page.
Yeah.
You know whose name was on the GoFundMe page?
Who's that?
Eric Sims.
I'm not surprised. Let me guess whose name wasn't.
Take a guess.
Big Dress Vito?
There you go.
Very good.
So another example of words over reaction.
Right.
Let's go a little deeper. Last year, who was touring for 2 weeks and then was going to come on the show? Or we were asked to come on our show?
Right. I remember the guy in the dress.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we said no.
Right.
But he traveled with what agent?
Oh, that's right. There's no one like good old Eric, right?
There.
Yeah.
So Eric's money was good.
Oh, for him?
Last year. But no other wrestler it's not good for.
You know what I smell?
What's that?
I smell Dookie.
Well, there you go.
There it is.
Again, another guy who talks with forked tongue. And let's not mind you.
How surprising.
Eric, really, come on, think about it.
No, I don't like...
Do you think Eric was going to make money with Big Vito? Autograph signing. You going to get a Big Vito autograph?
No.
No.
I'm not even going to go buy a dress.
There you go. So Eric, who had a relationship with Big Vito, and I know this personally.
So why is he doing this to him?
He brought him up because these guys
need attention.
They need attention, and they want to act like they care.
Right.
All right?
Right.
So, look, I'm not defending Sims. I'm just trying to call it like I see it.
Can I be blatantly honest?
Yes,
I am defending Sims. What you're welcome, Eric. But it's the truth. What the hell is this garbage?
Well, it gets a little worse.
Oh, it gets worse.
The other day on Facebook, if you get tagged, your name comes up.
Okay.
So there's a tag from Mitch.
Okay.
And there's this guy, and if you can find it, put him up too, because I want to get a little deeper into it. It's called Duke Loves Wrasslin'.
Okay.
WRASSLIN.
Wrestling.
Right? I call it Duke Does Duty. Okay? Duke Does Duty.
Nice.
But anyway, it's Mitch being asked by this Duke Does Wrasslin' to please come on and speak about Eric Sims. So Mitch wrote, I'm sorry, I have an exclusive agreement with Mike, Monty, and the Pharaoh, which is a joke, okay? There he is, all right?
Why the hell are we giving this guy a pop?
Because here's the thing.
Oh, we should not be giving this guy a pop.
Again,
What?
All of a sudden, some people were asking, who are you?
Right.
Duke Loves Wrasslin'.
Right.
Right? People are on there going, who are you?
Right.
I don't know you.
Right.
What does he do? He starts attacking our show. So I take a picture. I take a picture of his show. Well, there's a couple of things going on with this guy. Let's get a little deeper with this guy.
What else does Duke like?
I take a picture of some reviews, and I think on Chartable, he ranked 82 or 128. I don't remember.
Says who?
Chartable.
Okay, fine. That's
Chartable. So if anyone doesn't know, Chartable is the audio portion of podcasting where people could see where you rank. Right? So he goes on talking about how how we're number one, because that's what Mitch put. He goes, I only deal with the number one pro wrestling broadcast.
Thank you, Mitch.
And he starts attacking. They're not on Chartable. This guy doesn't even know how to read Chartable, right?
Oh,
he
my
goes, we're nowhere to be
God.
found. Clown Boy. Number one, number 19 all-time in Ireland, okay? Number 30 in Japan. Again, I don't really care, okay? It doesn't matter, because guess what?
I'm not having a pissing contest with the
hold-
guy who loves wrestling.
But this is what I'm trying to
Get
get
the hell
to.
out of here.
It all doesn't matter because guess what?
What's that?
Remember a couple of weeks ago, maybe it was last week, I said, what is the number one, the greatest match of the year get? How much money does that match get from PWI?
Right.
Nothing.
Right.
So if you're number one on Chartable, you get nothing,
Awesome.
right?
Yeah.
Okay? We have wonderful family, wonderful fans, right? And I tried not to get involved with the guy, right? He was just really starting to irk me.
I'm really getting annoyed, but go ahead.
Here's the biggest problem with this guy. Can you put his face up again one more time, Abe?
that's the thing.
I want Pharaoh to, because it's really not a face, right? Is it? What do they call it? An emoji?
Yeah, that's the thing. When you
It
asked
looked
me to
like
look it up,
Chef from
you're asking-
South Park. Did I see that right?
You're like looking. You're asking why did he get like a pop? I go on Google. That's the only picture.
Well,
That's
no,
the
no
only
I know.
picture
Well,
on the
hold on.
entire internet?
He all said he
wow,
goes on.
he's big time.
But I feel
All
like
said
that
he
says
goes
a lot.
Wow.
and he says, I've been covered by every wrestling
Oh
magazine.
my
If
God,
you Google
shut
it,
up.
it's a half a page of Google.
Well, listen.
Shut
I-
up.
I
Google
love you
Monty and the
guys.
Pharaoh. But hold on. Here's the biggest question I have for you guys. Put his picture up real quick. The emoji thing, not the actual person, because I don't know what the actual person was like. I did look at one of his other social media pages.
Wow, look at that artwork.
Okay.
Look at the artwork. Wow.
Good stuff. But hold on. Here's my question to you.
Yeah.
The picture I saw of Duke, right? Oh, call
Yeah.
him Dookie.
Yeah,
right?
he's Dookie. He's
Duke
Dookie.
looked like a white guy.
What?
So is this one of these people
What is
the
that?
white guy who thinks he's black, or is it a black guy who thinks he's white?
I wish I could find a single picture of him.
well,
That's
here's the biggest
Can you
problem.
find a picture of this
No,
guy?
I can't. No, I can't.
Here's
I'm
the
telling
biggest
you, I'm-
problem. It's not a white guy who thinks he's black or a black guy who thinks he's white. It's a loser who thinks he's a winner.
Yeah.
You're out. You're done. Ding, ding. I'm glad you love wrestling. Count it out. Ding, ding.
I'm serious. I can't find a single picture. of this
And
guy.
one thing, guys, he did insult.
What?
He did insult me personally.
What?
He said, "You go ahead with your own life. You and your fat arms."
What?
He called my arms fat. He hurt me deeply. Fat.
Wow, your arms are fat, huh?
He hurt me
That's
deeply.
interesting. Remember the other day when you threw my car across the parking lot because you were
No,
bored?
I do have a serious question, guys.
I mean, what the hell? Why'd you do
are-
that to my car?
What are the chances
Oy.
of Dookie
Dookie.
actually having a real job? Anybody weigh in?
0 to none.
Abe?
I'm telling you, man, I couldn't find a single picture of him. I couldn't even find more pictures like that. It's just that picture, another picture like of the close-up emoji, and that's it.
I did hear CVS had layoffs, so it's possible that he's just trapped in his basement.
Well, all right,
Just
what
love for wrestling.
What are the
you know?
are the chances that Dookie lives with his mommy still?
I
and
mean,
she's-
there might not
And
be
he
a lot.
podcasts from his basement. His mom's like, "What are you doing down there?"
I
I
mean, that's
told
the
you to be
thing.
quiet after 10.
Meatloaf! Meatloaf!
Meatloaf, you gave me brisket. I hate you. I hate you, Mom. I hate you.
But you know what, though?
That's
Dookie has
great.
opinions about wrestling.
Oh, really?
He really thinks he could help AEW. He's got advice for Tony Khan.
Oh, wow. Well, maybe Tony Khan should give him a call because he signs every other idiot. Maybe he should. Maybe he should. I
But-
smell Dookie.
But Dookie wants peace.
He wants peace?
He wants peace.
Okay.
Not peace with us. He says, treat people respectfully
Oh,
in
I
life.
see.
So something that you do not do very well.
Oh, I don't believe in it. Do unto others as they do unto you.
All right, so can we have a man's bet?
You know?
Is Dookie black or white?
I think Dookie is yellow.
What?
I think he's yellow because he talks like a cowardly Dookie.
Oh, by the way, he says he has lots of sponsors.
Oh,
So
yeah.
he has some kind of liquid company with, if you use his code, Dookie.
Oh.
If you use Dookie, Dookie smells wrestling.
What is it, toilet cleaner?
Dude, can we start a podcast, Dookie Smells Wrestling?
Dookie smells wrestling.
Or how about Monty smells Dookie's mother?
You see, you're not being nice.
No, I'm not.
You're not loving the
You
universe.
think Dookie's
You're
mother's
not
hot?
Admitting
Wait a
love.
minute, is his mother hot?
I don't think Dookie's mom admits to giving birth to Dookie. That's what I think.
She named him Dookie.
She did name him Dookie because that's probably.
What do you want to name our son, honey? Dookie.
First impressions go a long way. Dookie.
So anyway,
Yeah.
to close this out,
Yeah.
guys, I didn't mean to go too long.
Oh, you had a ball. Who are you kidding?
I know, but
You did.
I love it.
You loved every second.
I love it.
Hey, Dookie, thanks for stopping by.
Dookie, we love Dookie.
You know? Wait,
Dookie's
hold
our
on.
friend.
I'm gonna flush you.
By the
now.
way,
I'm flushing you, Dookie.
He's been doing wrestling podcasting since 2016.
Wow, he's an overnight unknown.
He's
Way to go! Way
so
to go!
the weigh-in,
Yeah.
Eric Sims makes a mistake.
Yeah, let him.
Big
let him-
Vito clear. Why do we call him Big Vito anyway?
I have no
It's
idea.
not even big anymore.
We should call him dressed up Vito.
He's dressed up Vito.
He's dressed
Let's call
up
him-
Vito.
Let's
Yeah.
call him Dressy.
Yeah, Purdy Vito.
Let's call
He's
him
Purdy.
Dressy.
He sure is Purdy.
So this is a guy who Eric Sims took care of.
Right.
Gave him money.
Right.
Made no money off of.
And decided not to use him again because you can't make money off what you can't make money off. Too
Right.
bad. Get over it, Dressy
So
Vito.
now you should tell Paul PN News
Right.
you're a clown if you come work for Eric Sims.
Maybe PN News should pay Dressy Vito a
Oh,
visit.
by the way, this guy Dookie
Yeah.
was reading all these statements because the reason it started, he wanted to do an exclusive on Eric Sims. It's called the slap heard around the world.
Okay.
Again, when the Iron Sheik slapped Eric Sims, it's funny.
Right.
I wouldn't consider it the slap heard
like
around
Bobby
the world.
Thompson's 1951, the Giants win the pennant.
And to be actuality,
No, it's a little different.
to anybody else, it's funny.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh my God, the biggest thing that ever happened.
Now hold on to Steve Kerr was like, oh my God, you're gonna make it like the Iron Sheik thing.
So anyway, Dookie reads all the statement, but he doesn't name Dressy. Wait, what do we call him? Dressy.
Dressy.
All right.
We'll call him Dressy.
Dressy.
Dookie meet Dressy. Dressy meet
meet
Dookie.
Dookie. There you go.
D&D.
He doesn't name Dressy's
Double
name.
Ds.
He goes, a world famous wrestler writes, and I'm thinking to myself, in what world is Vito world famous?
You know, I remember last week, Vito ran through my neighborhood, and all the neighbors were like, who's that? Had no idea who he was. So, but he's world famous. He's world famous.
Listen, to be fair to Vito, I want to be fair here. And Abe, tell me if I'm wrong.
Wow.
The guy's probably working at Walmart.
Oh, here we go.
He sees himself on YouTube every so often.
Right.
He's upset about his life.
Right.
And he sees that Eric lives a pretty decent life. He's traveling, he's vacationing,
Eric
he's
works
doing all
hard
this
and
stuff.
has other,
Right.
you
And
know,
he's probably
yeah.
upset while he's got that he probably has a Walmart gown on, like a dress.
You might be right.
And he might be upset.
Have you seen the
My
dresses?
real life turned into a dress.
Have you seen the dresses they sell at Walmart?
Oh, that's terrible.
Oh, God. It fits him. It suits him.
That's terrible. But I bet you he gets a discount.
Are you sure?
I think so.
I heard they laid him off. I don't know if he gets a discount. I heard he shoplifts there now.
So do you think since Vito's so concerned about Eric Sims's life,
Right.
and Dookie is so concerned about Eric Sims's life,
Dookie!
what do you think is going to come about this? Like, do you think Eric Sims will be shut down by the wrestling world?
Oh, my God. Well, you know, when
Is there a possibility?
When you're a world-famous wrestler, your opinion carries weight. Eric Sims is as safe as could be.
He's pretty safe.
He's good to go.
He's good to go.
We'll see him soon.
Oh, by
He's
the
good
way,
to
the
go.
other good part is Dookie went on the attack on Mitch
Dookie.
because Mitch wouldn't make a statement.
Wait a minute. Don't go after
So
Mitch,
wait a minute, hold on.
okay?
Here's the best part.
Now I'm getting even madder.
He writes that Mitch stole company ideas and was being sued.
What?
So here's the deal.
What?
Okay, when you're in the world of business, right?
Oh my God.
And maybe
Why are we entertaining this?
No, but here's the funny thing. When you're in the world of business, no matter what you do, you buy a house,
Yeah.
you own a business,
Yeah.
you probably could Google people and find out things that may happen.
Sure.
People get sued, right?
Oh, yeah.
All the time, right?
Oh, unfortunately, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So he Googles it, probably reads something like a court case between Mitch and John Jones
Right.
over this,
Right.
settled whatever.
Right.
And he turns it into
Oh, you're a...
or like Vito, right? Eric Sims goes, "Hey everybody, who should I get?" "Oh, I'm sorry, Vito. You're so upset again over the passing of Mike. It's taking over your life.
Right.
You're crazy upset
Right.
about it.
Right.
But you didn't donate to his GoFundMe page. You know how I feel about GoFundMe pages. In this particular
Right.
case,
Right.
I was okay with it, right? Mike's got a young girl, a young daughter, an old elderly father.
Of course.
Hey, you know what? And you know
course.
what? I'm not telling anybody that they should donate. And by the way, I want to make it clear. Paul Stockwell, who's a fan of the show, this guy donates to everything. Great guy. Benny Scala, donates. I want to name these people
Yeah,
because you know what?
'cause they do the
Phil,
right thing.
Maria, Stingers,
do the right
Davio, all these guys.
Yeah.
They do the right thing.
Yep.
And again, I'm not telling you that you had to donate. All I'm saying is you didn't back it up with stupid messages on Facebook.
Yeah.
You put your money where your mouth
And
is.
I'll bet my last dookie that goes down the bowl that when Eric asked, who do you want me on? Who do you want me to have next? Not a single one of them said Big Vito.
Well, wow.
I'm sure. I'm sure of it.
You know, I have to
I
check
would bet
that.
my last dookie.
You know what? You're probably right.
I know I'm right.
There hasn't been one Big Vito comment on there.
I can't remember ever going to the network or going to YouTube or going to anywhere where I can catch a wrestling match and going, I think I'll watch a Big Vito match. Ever. And until right now, I had no idea that there was a person that a parent named Dookie.
Well, anyway, we want to thank you guys for joining us. Next week, we've got the men who have made, the unsung heroes who have made the future stars on.
Very nice.
We want to thank you. Jay Will says Perry Saturn might be a good interview. Now, that's
That would
a
be
guy.
cool. I've heard of him.
That's a guy.
He rules.
That could wear a dress.
Dude, he was ripped in that dress. And Moppy? Dude, that was great.
It was great.
It was great.
Want to thank you for joining us again, Brian Adias.
Oh, that was
Unbelievable
fantastic.
interview. Unbelievable
What a good guy.
hero in wrestling.
Excellent interview.
Thank you again. And if guys, go check out their shop. It's pinned to the top of the page. On these smaller clips, we'll add the link on there. Again, we are always honored that you guys join our little show every Thursday.
We're so
We're so, because no one knows who we are.
No one.
So thank God you guys care enough about us. Matthew Holland says, have Chavo Guerrero on.
That's great. I like that, Matthew.
Well, we got Barry Windham on. We got Manny coming on.
But here's the one I really want.
Who?
Spirios Arion.
Spiros Arion.
Let's find Spirios
You know what?
Arion.
It's going to be my mission.
I want to find
It's my
him.
mission.
I want him.
Spiros Arion.
Yep.
I love
That
it.
would be nice. That would be nice.
Perry Saturn. I'm going to try to see if we can
Perry
get
Saturn
Perry.
would be great. That would be great. That would be very, very cool. The Filthy Animals.
Look at
Perry
you.
Saturn. Yeah, the Rings
Anyway,
of Saturn?
What an honor that you guys join us every
yeah.
Thursday. I hope you enjoyed that interview. Again, we want to thank Brian Adias for taking your time out and your wonderful smoking hot wife
You're
joining
killing
us
me.
also.
Oh, my God.
Because she was smoking.
Yep.
Invite who? Maria says, invite what? You want me to invite Dookie onto the podcast?
Hey, Dookie, thanks for passing through.
Wait a minute. Here's the question. If we invited Dookie...
I don't want to talk to
No,
Dookie.
I know we're not going to have him on.
Thank God.
But if we did, do you think he would show his face? Like if we could find out if he's black or white?
What does it
No.
matter what
I
he
wanna
is?
know.
He's a jerk.
I
don't
wanna
care what he
know.
is. Oh, you really want
Do you ever see those video clips of like black guys who think they're white and white guys who think they're
What
black?
if he's
It's
both?
hilarious.
What if he's both? Then I'm really confused.
What do you mean, like Star Trek with the black white?
Right,
guy?
like Frank
Oh
Ocean.
my God, how great
That would be great.
be?
You don't understand. The black's on the right side of the face. Mine's on the left.
What was the name of that alien?
Beep. Well, first of all, the name of the episode was "Let That Be Your Last Battlefield," and that would be Beale and Loki.
Oh
Were
my
the brothers,
God.
I believe. I'm not
Dude,
positive, but I think I'm
if-
close.
If I don't care who the person is, find them on the street. If someone's willing to dress black and white
Right.
like that,
Right.
and we could interview the black
Right.
part and then the white part,
I would be
friggin'
I
awesome.
would be unbelievable. But they feel strongly both ways. That would be.
I
it
hear
would be
you.
kind of strange.
There would be inner conflict.
Yeah, it tastes great, less filling. It would be
It'd
very
be inner
strange.
conflict.
It would be very, very strange.
It'd be inner conflict.
Yeah.
I want to say goodnight to you, Abe. Another great job. Dookie's mother. I'll see you later. Have a good night. Send us out.
You've been watching Monty heading on over to Dookie's mom's house. And until next week, later!
I knew were going to hit with people that people didn't believe in.
Could you go to Vince when you wanted to express? I need
Oh,
to do that.
fuck yeah, bro. Did I ever? To my detriment,
was
I'm
open.
sure. I mean, I'm sure Triple H was standing outside that door wanting to rip my fucking head off.
He's in there again.
So, let me-
He's
you're
in there
so-
again, yeah.
you're so great with the promo, which is, you know, again, to me, as a
Well, I
wrestling
guess
fan.
that's also another thing. Right now, I'm a decade in. I'm 10, 11 years in. But when I first got out there, bro, I had this mentality that I was the best. And nobody could tell me what the fuck to say. And that still remains today.
You are one of the all-time greats. But let me ask you this,
Great
and I don't know
talk.
how true this
Great.
is. Is it true that you were fined for farting in promo class?
That is very true.
What is that
the
about?
airport diner beforehand?
No, so we were just talking about promo class, okay? Now imagine monotony, okay? Anything, you know, for every girl out there that you fantasize about, there's a guy sick of fucking her. Okay?
Wow.
So,
You're so right.
so this is the truth. So when you're in promo class with Dusty Rhodes every single week for 5 or 6 years, and you see guys go up there and cut terrible promos, and Dusty tries to get them, you know, and it ends up taking that promo that should have been done in 90 seconds is going to take 20 minutes for this class to get through because Dusty's now helping this guy and he wants them to repeat it and no, say it like this or maybe go in this direction or do something different. And so, you know, what I would give today to be a fly on the wall in one of those promo classes to listen to Dusty right now. But when you're in it, you can't see the forest from the trees. So some days you just want to get the fuck out of promo class. And if I'm in promo class and there's 60 of us and we got to sit through all 60 promos and Dusty's got to talk to everybody at the end of every one, I'm just trying to make this class go as fast as possible. So when Dusty Rhodes goes, anybody got anything for him? Anybody got any questions? My hand is the fuck down. Just don't say shit. Anyone, Dusty just asked what you thought of that promo, and then all of a sudden you see fucking some dickhead raise his hand. Now we're talking for another 10 minutes about that terrible promo I just saw. And there was no fixing it, dog. I was like, bro. And imagine you're me, and I'm the best fucking promo in this class every fucking week, dog. Every week. And everybody would tell you, I waited to go last so I could do my promo on yours. The one I just saw. I'll cut a promo on what I just saw that'll be better than what you just said, dog. So one day I got cocky and I raised my hand because somebody was struggling through a promo, having a hard time, and Dusty was working with them, and I usually never say shit. And I was Dusty's guy. So when I raised my hand, Dusty stopped like, oh shit. Enzo's going to chime in. He never chimes in. He just sits there and wants to get the fuck out of here, but he don't know that. So I'm like, yeah, I'm chiming in. I want to help this promo, right? So I raised my hand, and when Dusty called my name, he's like, Enzo, I let out the loudest fart you ever heard in your life off the steel chair. It just vibrated through promo class, bro. And I was like, but before I did it, I went, Corbin. It was Baron Corbin cutting a promo. I was like, Corbin. And he went, yeah, Enzo? And I went, deadpanned him, straight face.
Can't teach
Dusty
that.
Rhodes stood up. He was like, Enzo. I was like, yeah. He walked over to me, grabbed me my hand. He walked me to the door. He goes, get the fuck out. I was like, wait, what? I was like, Dusty, I thought you would love that. Like, I thought that was my promo. I was like, I didn't go yet. I was going to use that as my promo.
Right.
I was like, I just got the biggest reaction in the room.
Right.
From a fucking fart.
Sound.
Like, everyone in this room is either offended, fucking happy,
Yeah.
sad,
Yeah.
they can't believe it, they're in gall. Like, I got every range of human emotion out that fart right there, boy. You didn't see the brilliance in that, Dusty? Like, you're my guy. I thought you... Bro, Dusty was pissed, man. So...
Wow.
I showed up to work the next day. What I did not know is literally Dusty Rhodes called Triple H that night and got me fired.
Really?
The next morning when I showed up to work, Dusty Rhodes called Triple H back up and said, no, I'm not going to fire him.
Oh, man.
And then Dusty didn't talk to me for like 2 weeks. And I was like, oh, shit, man. Bro, wow, how did I fuck this up? I'm going to get fired. I think I got jobbed out on TV and like lost and wasn't on like a pay-per-view or something. And I didn't even realize that's why. Like, I don't even put two and two
Right,
together.
right.
I'm like, I look at the card. I'm like, oh, we're not booked today, Cass. And Cass knows, like, you motherfucker, you
Stop fucking
But
farting.
you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't even register, bro.
Right.
And then one day I was getting my ass kicked in the ring, and they were just giving me hell, bro. They imagine like you have practice every day. So I'm booked every weekend. I'm Enzo. They gotta book you, but they don't. I don't know that. I don't know that I'm Enzo, and they have to put me on the card. I just think I can be taken off at any time or fired. But me and Cass, like, didn't realize our worth. Like, I didn't get it. I was just in NXT. I didn't realize we're selling out the Barclays Center. We're selling out this arena. They can't fire you right now, bro.
Right.
You guys are like the hottest act in the company.
Right.
And in my mind, I'm like, oh, bro, I'm getting fired today. You know, every day. So when I farted, I think I had that fart heat until the day I left NXT and went to the main roster, and it even carried over. I still had that fart heat.
Wow.
Funny how life works. So Dusty, one day I'm getting my ass kicked in the ring, and he can see it on the monitor that they're fucking with me probably. Like, you know, I'm in the ring, and it's like everybody take turn putting heat on Zoe. And it just, there's like 10 different guys beating me up, and I'm just doing, like, I think, but I'm like hungover, bro, and I'm like fucking hurting. And I went out that night, and it was like 2 a.m. Now, you see, you've been on the card Thursday, Friday. Everyone who's on the card is off. Not Enzo, because you farted. Now you're in beginner class again. So I got class at 7 a.m. every fucking day, no matter if I got home at 2 a.m. the night before, and I got to set up the ring with the guys and shit. So I'm getting punished for that. And one day, Dusty just calls me into his office. And, like, I just went in there, and he didn't say a fucking word. And he just went about his day. And he just got me out of the ring because he saw me get my ass kicked. You know what I'm saying? And he just, like, they don't need to treat him like that. This is my heat with him.
Right.
Sit the fuck down.
Right.
So, then Dustin came in the office that day, and I was just sitting there, bro, quiet. Like, what? Why am I here? Like, am I gonna? And then Dusty would call me in periodically for the next, like, couple months. And just get me out of that shit class that I was in. And just go about his day. And what I didn't realize was, like, he's taking phone calls with you in the room, Enzo. Like, you're learning. With a twinkle in his eye and just a wink of his eye, I knew I was all right. We didn't have to talk. I didn't apologize. And just you know, it was a wink.
Good stuff.
But I came to find out on the day that Dusty Rhodes passed away, 3 years later, 2020, I believe. On the very day that he passed away, I didn't realize it was the day he passed away. I wake up that morning and I open up my Instagram, and just the first thing on my feed is a story about fucking the Nasty Boys were overseas, farted on an airplane so bad, blew it out. Miss Elizabeth landed, caught a flight, and flew home. She was so offended by the Nasty Boys. They missed that tour because Vince McMahon, the biggest draw in the company was Miss Elizabeth and Macho Man. He was so mad at the Nasty Boys, he took them off that tour and flew Miss Elizabeth back to Europe to finish that tour out. What I didn't realize is that, dude, Dusty knew that. We don't fuck with farts here in the WWE, bro. Vince McMahon will fire you for that fart. I don't need to tell you that, but he shit can't. And I found that out on the day he died, like 4 years later.
Wow.
And, like, just the first thing I did, I woke up that day, boom, see this fart story, and I'm like, yo, what? Yo, that's crazy. The Nasty Boys got major fart heat, got shit canned by the WWE, got fired for it. Oh, wow. Today's the day Dusty died? Oh, my God. Dusty just told me why I had heat. I was like, I'm a spiritual guy, God-fearing, and I believe that, you know, I hope Dusty sees my struggle, my up, my down, and you know, every wrestler goes through it, bro. I'm fucking no different, dude. Like, you leave the WWE, what do you do from there? It's not all roses. And there's also that it's the WWE. Do I want to go back tomorrow? It's like, bro, like, man, I know what it takes to be there, and it takes a lot. So, you know, that's a conversation I'd probably have to have with my family, bro. Like I mean, my mom, my dad, and my goddaughter. Like, if I ever did it for anybody, it would be my goddaughter. I'd take myself out of it, bro. I did it already. Like, I don't need to do that shit again. I did WrestleMania. I broke my ass. I got beat up, and it was all for that. And I won titles, and I had a fight in Madison Square Garden. And, bro, bucket list check. And that was it. Like, I never wanted to be in the main event of Mania and, like, AJ Styles get a 5-star match or some shit. Like, I don't give a fuck about that shit. Like, I wanted to have a good time and do the Garden and have my mom and dad there. And, like, I did that shit. So now there's, like, other people that want to do that shit.
Maybe do it. God knows they need you.
Man, God's got a plan for me, bro, one way or another.
But this time it's a different, right? It's a more evolved Enzo, and maybe you do it for the enjoyment of it.
Yeah, belts
the
this
second
time.
around.
Don't fart.
Also, yeah, but I also don't know how much I can enjoy being told what to do.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said to you, from day one, I was in this bitch going like, yeah, I'm the man. I can do this. Give me the microphone. I'll figure it out. I'll get these people going. And it's just a matter of getting over. And that's all you have to do in wrestling. Fuck all the other shit. Can you get over? Can you get shit over? Can you get your opponent over? Can you get the match over? Can you get the lockup over? You know, like, what can you get over? And can you draw their interest? And, like, bro, if you're going to write me a promo, I hope you know it's just bullet points of the story that you want me to tell. Don't ever fucking hand me a promo and tell me that's what I'm saying. Like, at this point in my career, I'm like, bro, if you can do this better than me, then you do it. Here's the mic.
There you go.
Go. You're the writer? You wrote this for me? You want me to say it? You want to tell me how to say it? Everybody knows. Everybody knows. It's me, bro. That's what I do. So just, if you respect me, I can respect you back, bro. Respect is a two-way street. If you respect my art, my work, and what it is that I bring to the table, what I do, I'll respect you. And we can work together, and I can make whatever promo you had my own, and I can always regurgitate a promo that you want me to say. Like, if the goal is, hey, he wants to have a match with you, and he wants to fuck your girl, and you know you guys got heat for the girl, and now, okay, I go tell that story. You just told it to me on the bullet points. But when they're handing you a promo and it says, how are you? And I'm like, I want to say, how you doing? And they're like, no, you got to say, how are you? And I'm like, I want to say, how you doing? They're like, no, you have to say, how are you? I'm like, bro, I'm lost here. I'm fucking gone.
Right.
I don't have that patience for that shit right now.
Right.
Right to the guest, right? Other rumors. Can you elaborate on what the wrestling fan like we read about the heat with Roman Reigns and that bus incident? Is that a true incident that happened?
Man, yo, look, dude, I got into a physical altercation and it wasn't with Roman Reigns.
Okay.
So I had to change buses.
Okay.
I got into a fight with a guy in a locker room and I punched him in his fucking face. And when you punch somebody in the fucking face, the next night Vince puts you in the main event. That's the truth. That happened. You know, with like wrestling, bro. Dude, you are with people on the road every day for 7 years. You're a family. There's drama. Some people just wake up on the wrong side of the bed or having a bad day, and if vice versa. If you're the guy who walks in the room and you're so thrilled to be alive and you're so happy to be there, and that guy's either hungover or that guy had a bad day and ain't trying to hear it. You know what I mean? It's just like any other job, but this one is a testosterone-driven, politically fueled, fucking, world of excess, fucking gab and gossip and bullshit. Yeah. And I never adhered to the principles of that. So the wrestling world can miss me with adhering to principles when I get wrestlers at indie shows that come up to me that are in the independent locker room, and they're like, oh, can I be, hi, how are you? Can I ask you, can you watch? I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? I'm Eric, bro. Like, calm the fuck down, dude. Like, talk to me like you talk to your friends or someone you met at the mall or someone you're engaging with at the cash register. Like, just be nice to people. Just be good to people. Respect them. And, like, if my confidence hurts your insecurities, I'm sorry, but that ain't my fucking problem. I never sold it. So if you don't like being around me because I'm smiling, I'm happy, I'm confident, and I can run out of a room backwards, you know what I'm saying? And fucking, I walk it like I talk it. You know what I'm saying? I'm blindfolded. Know who I am, know where I'm going. I'm not fucking trying to be something that I'm not. So when people in this fake world, because wrestling's not real, right? It's fake to a degree, or at least they say it. The violence is real. This shit hurts. Well, so do the words. So do that part of it, bro. So it's like, that part of it's real too. So I just don't get mixed up in it. I've never talked to a fucking dirt sheet. I didn't know who Dave Meltzer was when I was the cruiserweight champion. Didn't give a fuck. Never will. There's a little kid out there wearing my wig doing my dance, bro. Who the fuck is Dave Meltzer? I don't give a fuck about shit like internet talk. I can't Google my name, especially after what happened to me, the amount of press. So I kind of became the guy in wrestling when I got out to dictate the narrative. If I want you to say something about me, I'll do it. I had an indie wrestling match with one of my best buddies when I got out of WWE. COVID hits in 2020, and I want to get back in the ring. And you can't get in the ring. Where are you fucking going to go wrestle? COVID hits. I go to Texas. Big Cass just got back sober, getting in great shape, and he was wrestling in Texas. And then I found out my buddy, who I was in the WWE with, who they missed the boat on, one of the best workers in the world, on the mic, in the ring, was a guy at WWE named Knuckles Madsen in NXT. Nobody ever saw him. We saw him. Bray Wyatt wanted him in the Wyatt family so bad. Fought for him, didn't get him. They thought he would take away from Bray. Draw too much attention. He goes by Warsaw. Ivan Warsaw on the Indies. People don't know who the best wrestlers in the world are from 2012 to 2018, unless they were in the WWE, probably in the Performance Center. You have a good feel for who can go, who can't. Like, I knew how good Chad Gable was. Nobody needed to tell me that. That motherfucker was an Olympian. I was on the card in the ring with that motherfucker. Dawson, Harwood, everybody's giving him his flowers now. I was in the ring with him in fucking 2012. Could have told you how good he was. Wow. So that same goes for this kid Warsaw. He's been out of the business for 4 years. I call him on the phone. I'm like, hey, bro, we got to get you back in the ring. I'm going to put you over, too. So I go down to this Texas show, SWE Fury, and what I did was the Ricky Steamboat, Jake the Snake Roberts spot, DDT on the concrete, had a stretcher come out. Difference was I didn't smarten up any of the boys, the referee, the commentators, or the promoter. So everyone thinks it's real. The only person who was smartened up was Warsaw, me, and Teddy Long, who was working as the commissioner. Teddy Long got the stretcher guys come out there. I told Teddy Long, the first thing you need to do when you run out through that curtain is look at the cameraman and go, stop filming this shit. When you look at that cameraman on the floor cam, the hard cam's still going to be rolling, so you'll have the footage. But when that floor cam guy that doesn't know what's going on gets told, oh my God, don't film this, everyone's going to think this shit's real. And then they put me on a stretcher, and they bring me to the back, and all the boys are so mad at Warsaw. They want to, like, Mac wanted to beat his ass. There was people there that were, like, mad at Warsaw because he came out of the ring like, fucking idiot, and blah, blah, blah. And they were like, fucking, you just hurt him. Well, I get on the stretcher, I go to the back room, and then I got my boy waiting there. We go to Hooters. People think I got sent to the hospital. Sports Illustrated writes an article. Enzo Amore knocked out cold by DDT on an SWE Fury show by Ivan Warsaw. Think about what was just typed in that headline for Sports Illustrated. Promotion name, who I wrestled, DDT on concrete. Thank you. I got my boy's name in that bitch. Sports Illustrated article. Got another match out of it against him. And we went 30. And then I had another match with him. So I had 3 matches with this motherfucker. And people thought I got knocked out of a DDT on concrete. And people wrote articles about it. And people in the comments are like, oh, Enzo got knocked out again. What a fucking idiot. Like, oh, this kid can't work. Oh, Enzo shouldn't learn how to wrestle. Oh, he shouldn't be out there. He fucking risk it for himself. Bro, that's the point. I live above it. I want Sports Illustrated to write an article about how I get knocked out cold, dude. I don't give a fuck. It ain't about that for me. So people are petty. The internet's petty, and I can cut a promo on this shit right now on like Seth Rollins and say some like crazy shit.
Right.
And that will be written about tomorrow. So I understand for the people that think I'm wild or I pick and choose my battles and spots, but know that I see that. If I cut a promo on AEW guy or a WWE guy and I really lay into him and I take the time to say this shit and I put it on Instagram, my Microman match that I just had, the video has 260,000 views on my Instagram and has 300 plus comments about it. And that's for Major League Wrestling and me wrestling the smallest wrestler in the world. If I want to draw headlines and be this atrocious fucking character, that didn't really work too well. Like, I played that up, that Jake Paul, Logan Paul shit, where like you're talking shit about people. And bro, how many people missed the boat on that? I don't know. I got out of the WWE. Me and Cass jumped the guardrail at Madison Square Garden at Ring of Honor New Japan show, and they don't book us back to wrestle in the Garden. And then they don't book the Garden again, period. Bro, what the fuck do you want me to tell you? Like, this is Eric speaking to you. Like, that was a work. People thought it was a shoot. Mm-hmm. People thought I was that asshole.
But it's just like in life. You know, I mean, look, I was a big fan of Nikolai Tesla. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Tesla.
Yeah.
I even went to the New Yorker hotel to see his suite where he lived before he died. But for some reason, I couldn't connect as much as I wanted to. That's a guy that I always thought would be like so fascinating to talk to. So no, I can't always connect just because I want to.
Right.
There's got to be something. There's got to be almost a reason to connect. You know.
Well, Gary, can I just attempt to reach out to somebody that has passed on? I'll give you a name and we'll try. All right. Yep. Evan Ginsberg.
What? I mean, he looks like he's passed on.
Oh, he's not dead?
I don't
know.
You know.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gary.
How did you know right away? You sure he's not halfway?
No, I honestly, I do pick up living people sometimes too, and he's laughing like hell right now.
Is he? I got a feeling he's shaking his fist and getting mad about his large nose, but that's a whole other story.
No, he's actually laughing. By the way, he reminds me of a Seinfeld episode.
Oh, he is. A bad one. Yeah.
It's a surreal Seinfeld episode.
Yeah, absolutely. It was surreal. I was suddenly sensing myself. That's great. Oh, that's unbelievable. I don't feel good.
Gary, again, for people out there, where can they reach out to you? Where website, upcoming shows?
Thank you. GaryMcKinstry.com. I also do Zoom readings and in-person readings. Right now I'm promoting a show we're doing in Massachusetts at the place called the Public House in Sturbridge, Mass. That's going to be in October. You can get tickets on Eventbrite there. Phone number, and God, I don't know if I should give this in the New York area. It's 207-527-2067. We do come down to Massachusetts once a month. We leave Maine here, but so if people want to get a hold of us, please do. We also have an events listing page on the website, and it'll tell everybody where we are.
Excellent.
Okay.
And I want to say special thanks to Phil DeCesare for introducing me to you.
Yes.
He's a good friend of yours and a wonderful man.
He's a mutual friend. Yeah, Phil is great.
He is.
Agreed.
Gary, I want to thank you. Oh, go ahead.
I just want to put in a quick plug for my buddy Aaron. They're going to have this great 75th anniversary match with Vampiro, I guess it is.
Vampiro. Gotcha. Yep.
So it'll be Aaron and Vampiro, and it's a tag team thing. So NWA coming up, I think probably this week or next week. So anyway.
Vampiro used to have a show on our network for a couple of months, Vampiro TV, so that's good to hear.
Yep, he's out and about. He hasn't retired yet.
Very good.
Gary, thank you again for joining Long Island's #1 pro wrestler and broadcast. You were fantastic, and thank you.
Gentlemen, you're great, and have a great evening, okay?
God bless.
Thanks, Gary.
Speak with Vince McMahon. I'm still not speaking with him, and so they're very strong here in Quebec. So So that causes a little bit of conflicts and so all that. So I'm more now AEW, of course, because working with QT Marshall and
Right.
stuff like that. So you have Pepsi and Coke in the same place. So the ones that want Pepsi to beat Coke, they're going to work hard for that. And I respect them all. I do. I respect everybody who tries to make a living out of this. But I feel like I'm not stealing anything from anybody. I'm in my backyard here. I wrestled for 45 years professionally. So, I think this is my place. And I think this year again, it's amazing I can't stop thinking about, if I was a young pup there and I was starting into business, there's one thing, guys, you have to understand. I remember when I was real young, my dad told me there's two criteria to become a great wrestler and to make it in this business. First, you got to be at the right place at the right time. And then you got to know the right people. And, and this deal here, I can't get American papers for my people in Canada. That's the biggest problem that the Canadian wrestlers have. They can't get working visas. But I could get them now 3 months at the Nightmare Factory to be seen by QT Marshall, Billy Gunn in AEW, and Cody Rhodes in WWE. So if they see something they like, if they see something extraordinary out of one of the talents in Canada, then they could go ahead and try to get their papers or do what they have to do. I just want to put them a foot in the door there. And that's what I'm doing now. And that's so amazing for me. I never had a chance like that when I was young. It was different. It was small territories. So I think this is the greatest opportunity right now on the planet for the Canadian wrestlers. And I'm proud to be putting this together. Jacques Rougeau's Wrestling Academy with my girlfriend, who's my rock and all this, and so it's just amazing. I'm reliving again my passion like I was 15 years old again, and I'm 63.
You could see it in your face, man. You could see it in your face. Real quick question: you mentioned McMahon. What was the fallout between you and Mr. McMahon?
I think there's as I'm growing older, I think there's a little bit of both here that's in fault. I think one thing Vince never understood is us being on the road 25 days a month in a row and not seeing our families and wanting to make it to the top, wanting to get the belts, wanting to get the merchant value that you have as a character. And everybody's fighting for that top spot, and we're all waiting in line to get the belts because I thought that was one of the best ways to. And after being there for 4 years with my brother Raymond and never getting the tag belts, which we deserved, and we had it one night in Montreal, but they took it away by video the next day, and they never acknowledged it at the WWF.
Boo.
And then working at becoming the Intercontinental title for 2 days. Hey, it's not bad. 2 days, it's okay. I still think it was awesome because when people come to Comic Cons, they always have a doll with me with the belt around the Intercontinental belt. I look at that and I said, man, I'm the shortest lived Intercontinental title holder. But anyway, that's fun. But then as the years progress, I came back as a Quebecers with Carl. You want to, and we were lucky. We took the belts right off the bat off the Steiners the first night in Manhattan at Monday Night Raw as we came in as a team. But you become more, you want more faster. I paid my dues. And you want to have a top spot. You want to stay in the top spot. And then there was a time there like for so many months, Carl and I, we were getting beat night after night by middle teams, by underdog teams, but they kept telling us, and they kept telling me, don't worry, Jacques, because at WrestleMania 10, you guys are against the moms, men on a mission, and you guys are going to beat them right in the middle, and you're going to get all your credibility back. And we were going to Toronto, going to Montreal, and getting pinned in our hometowns, getting beat. But they kept telling us, Pat Patterson kept telling us, don't worry, Jacques, you're going to get all your credibility back at WrestleMania 10. And when we got there, I think that the fact that they had us hanging on there because we were working so hard and we were waiting for that moment. And then when we got there, then a couple hours before the show, Pat came to see me and told me hey, listen, Jacques, Vince was thinking there that, if we beat the moms tonight, what are they going to do? What are they going to do with them? And I looked at Pat and I said, well, I don't give a shit. I said, for 5 months, you've been telling us that this is our night and this is where we're getting all our credibility back. And now you want to change it? And that was such an insult. And I never knew how to deal with that.
Yeah.
That was my fault. I was immature probably, and so I had this grudge inside of me. Like, I felt like I was used, and I felt, and all the good things that he did for me, because he did plenty of good things for me, they seemed to all disappear because it was a hard time those times. So after that, then I just got my retirement match and finished my bookings with him, and I finished off, and I went to WCW and then came back one time, but it never came back. Even when he came back for that short period of time, it was Jim Ross that was there, and Vince was barely talking, and he was probably upset that I went to WCW, and that's okay. But I was upset at him, he was upset at me, and things go on. I think it's a cruel world, the business. But it just I don't think that Vince will ever understand how it is to be on the road 25 days a month with the boys that are sometimes a little loud and obnoxious and different, and in their own characters and their own gears and their own state of mind, and trying to stay calm, because you see them at the airport all day, you see them in the gym, you see them at the hotel, you see them at the restaurant, you see them in the arena. You're married to these guys, day after day, so it becomes hard. And then so I lost a little bit of, probably a little self-control myself too, a lot of patience and stuff like that. I think it's a mix of everything together. If I had to start over some things, maybe I would. Who knows how it is. I'm a little bit more mature today, but that's what happened really. For me, that was the falling out, so I honestly think that if I'm being honest with you, after spending from 85 that I signed with them all the way to 94 or 95, I spent 10 years there approximately in WWF, WWE. And I think that everything that I've accomplished with my brother Raymond, with Carl, and just me as a Mountie, thinking the jailhouse match and everything that we did, I think that the Rougeau name deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
All right, welcome back to Long Island's #1 pro wrestling broadcast. Monty and Faro, only seen here out of Indie Music Studios, straight out of Long Island. Abe, how was your Thanksgiving?
It's pretty good, pretty chill. A lot of food.
Lots of food?
Hell yeah.
Like, what's the specialty at your house for Thanksgiving?
Well, my mom is the best cook I know, so I love the turkey, stuffing, all. Thanksgiving's my favorite holiday.
One thing I will tell you, right? So I grew up on my mom's food, obviously, like you're discussing. But once you get married, there's a quick switch over where you just become, hooked on your wife's food, and then it becomes difficult to eat other people's food too. It's
That's what I'm saying.
Kind of strange thing.
No one is a better cook than my mom to me, so it's gonna take a lot, to dethrone her.
All right, well, we're excited. All the fans and the family are excited. It's very rare that you have an opportunity to have someone this special on your show. Do you know who we got on the show there, Abe?
I believe I do. We have a legend.
Pro wrestling royalty, Mr. Ricky Steamboat. Thank you, sir, for joining Long Island's #1 pro wrestling broadcast.
Hey guys, how you doing? You might. I just saw your name tag. There. You go by Mike or Monty, or how should I address you?
You could call me Mike or Monty, whatever's easiest. Monty, usually people call me that. That's usually what they go by, so I'm good with that.
Yeah. Okay. I'll call you. If that being said, I'll call you Mike.
Oh, there you go. And again, part of me wants to call you Mr. Steamboat because of the ultimate respect I have for you. But in our earlier discussions, it will be Rick. And what an honor it is to. How does it feel that people still, even someone my age, is in such awe of you for what you've accomplished in your life and your career?
Well, a lot of that has to be, the reason being is, in the mid-'80s when Vince McMahon took the business and decided to go national with it on TV, coast to coast. And up to production level, I'm sure you could remember a lot of televised wrestling shows were done in small studios with maybe 50 people sitting on one side, hard camera side. And then he would take it to arenas and coliseums with 10, 15, 20,000 people. And everybody in the world just took notice of that and, made wrestling bigger than life. And then in turn, it made all of us, superstars and bigger than life, actors or athletes.
Well, and eventually everybody knew who, Ricky Steamboat was on a worldwide basis, and kind of helped that, number one, you're a really good-looking guy, and number two, you could wrestle like no other. So I guess put that combination together, and then you have one of the greatest pro wrestlers in the history of our sport, right?
Well, I was always an athletic kid. I can remember as back as 8 years old playing football, baseball, basketball. It wasn't until I got into 9th grade that I was actually going out for the basketball team at the high school. And, I'm in the 9th grade and, at that time I'm maybe 5'8". And, you get your juniors and seniors, and of course you realize you're going to be sitting on the bench a lot. And I just kept looking over in the corner of the gymnasium where these kids were wrestling. I had a mat down and they were wrestling. So I went up to my basketball coach and I said, "What are they doing over there?" And he says, "Oh, that's our high school wrestling team." And it didn't take me 30 seconds. I said, "See ya." And I just walked over there, and Coach Reckenwall, he was there, and I said, I want to try out for the wrestling squad. And they had a weight class that was open, and I fell into that weight class at 165, and started wrestling as just in my freshman year there. And then got better as each year went by. And my junior and senior year went to the state championships. This was down in Florida, St. Petersburg, Clearwater area where I grew up. My dad was 22 years in the service, and when he retired in '67, he went to St. Pete and retired there. So I really enjoyed the sport. And I played high school football, and I was what they call like a power back. So I was like in between a fullback, halfback, and a flanker back. I could run out and catch passes and at the same time run up through the middle. In my senior year, we had a pretty good football team. We went 9-1. And so, I was involved with sports. And after a couple years, when I got out of high school, I was going to start a junior college down there in St. Pete, but at that time I was kind of fed up with the books, so I was just doing manual jobs. For a couple years there, I was doing door-to-door vacuum cleaner salesman for Kirby. I was selling Kirby vacuums door to door. And, back then, and I'm going back to early 70s, like 73, 74, 75, 73 and 74, they were almost $400, for a vacuum cleaner. And you can go get a Hoover for $29 off the shelf. So, but commission on them were good. There was $100 for each sale. So I would go out and knock doors like Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday and try to get a sale each day, which meant if I got 3 sales, that's $300 back in the early 70s. And then on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you'd find me at the beach.
And you must have done well, right? Good-looking guy knocking on these housewives. They open the door. There he is, Ricky Steamboat, selling a vacuum, and they're buying 3 of them at a shot, right?
Yeah, well, I never got 3 sales in one place. I did get 2 sales in one household, but it was, you would try. I would try to always get 3 sales, and then head off and go to the beach, and I thought that was pretty good money. And I was always sort of a fan of pro wrestling with Florida Championship Wrestling. The announcer there was Gordon Soley. I remember as a high schooler, us guys on the wrestling team, we would drive from St. Petersburg over to Tampa, and on Tuesday nights at the Old Armory, we would be wearing our high school wrestling T-shirts, and we'd be sitting there in the first, second, or third row, just razzing the heck out of those pro wrestlers, and not knowing at the time that just 3 or 4 years after that I would be in the ring doing it. But I had a couple of my buddies that always told me, even when this was out of school, that he said, "You remember how we used to go to Tampa and we used to watch those pro wrestlers?" I said, "Oh yeah, that was a lot of fun." He said, and they'd say, "Ricky, you ought to try that. You'd be good at that. You were a good wrestler, and you ought to give it a shot." So, 1975, I heard about a wrestling school up in Minneapolis, Vern Gagne, and at that time it was the AWA. So. One day I just put my clothes in the car and said goodbye to my mom and dad and my 2 brothers, and drove from St. Pete to Minneapolis. God, it was like 1,800 miles. And got me a little efficiency apartment. Now, just prior to that, I was selling Kirby vacuum cleaners, but I decided to, work harder. So instead of just Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I worked Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then I got a second job at night where I was like a bouncer at a bar down there in St. Pete, working nights. So trying to get the 2 jobs together and save enough money to get up there. And I found out that the camp was 2.5 months. It was 10 weeks. And I said I needed enough money to pay rent and food, and where I could survive without having to get a job up there while I'm trying to go through this wrestling school. And school started November the 16th in 1975. And I went up there and got a little efficiency apartment. There, it was like almost a setup like you see in some of these, like a Marriott suite or something like that. You'd have a little fridge, had a little 1 burner, had mattresses on the floor, had a little TV tray that doubled as a nightstand, and it's what I ate off of. And that's the way I lived in that place for almost 2.5 months going through that school. Yeah, it was from 10 o'clock in the morning till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was 5 hours of training. And I could tell you some of that was the hardest thing I ever went through in my entire life. Nothing like the training schools of today, you know.
So
But
it was as tough as those documentaries show. Vern was really working you guys out.
well, when Vern had Ric Flair went to the same school, and his class was the one before me. Okay, Bob Bruggers, Ric Flair, Iron Sheik,
Ken Patera,
Jim
right?
Jumping Jim Brunzell, Greg Gagne, Vern's son. I think Chris Olson, who was a big Olympic Oklahoma heavyweight, he was in that class. But their class was the one before me. It was 2 years before me. And I'll tell you real quick, on the first day we showed up, there were 16 of us. And I felt like I was the only one from out of state. Everybody else was pretty local. You know, they had some barroom guys, tough guys. And I think one other guy had a amateur background in wrestling in school, high school. And 16 of us showed up. We had to pay $2,000. That was the entry fee. Back in 75, that was a lot of money, $2,000. I remember minimum wage was, I think, $1.50.
Wow.
And so, our coach, we called him coach, but the guy that put us through the paces was, his name was Khosrow Vaziri. Is that name familiar to you?
Sure does.
Iron Sheik,
Yep.
right? He put us through the paces. Now, at that time, Iron Sheik, I think he's probably about 5'10", and he weighed $180. All right. So, God, he had us doing these Hindu squats. Now, we were in the basement of a 20-story building. That picture there, he's about 250. But at the camp, he was $180. And man, he was like a steel pole. Man, he was solid. And we were in the basement of a 20-story building. Vern's office was on the top floor, and it had high ceilings in the basement. That's where the ring was set up. And first day we went over to the stairwell, and now from the basement to the top was 21 flights, and he made all of us run up to the top and run down. Now, of course, a lot of guys didn't make it. I made it up and down. I think I'm not bragging, but I think I was in the best shape of pretty much all of them, because I really took it upon myself that while I was in Florida, 3 times a week, I would work out with the weights, and the other 3 times a week, I would go to the beach and I would run 5 miles barefoot in the sand. I had a spot to where I parked the car, and I'd run 2.5 miles up to this pier. They had a little coffee shop, grab a coffee, and then run 2.5 miles back to the car. And I was doing this 3 times a week to get in shape. So I think a lot of the guys that showed up thought that they could just be tough and didn't worry about cardio. So, all right, getting back to, we would run the stairs up and all the way up to the top, 21 flights, and then run back down. And then Khosrow looked at us, and he paired us off, 8 pairs, and he paired us off according to our size, try and make it equal to the guy next to you. So then you had to get a guy up on your shoulders, his head over here, reach between his crotch and grab his leg, and you got him like in a fireman's carry, and carry this man up 21 flights on your back. Of course, nobody made it, but regardless of how many times you paused, Khosrow was relentless on making sure that you made it to the top, even if you just took 1 step at a time and had to take a rest. And so we all got to the top, ran back down, and then your partner carried you up, and then you ran back down. And then he asked each of the partners to drop down to their hands and knees. So I dropped down to my hands and knees, and my partner's name was Buck Zumhoff.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, Buck, grab Ricky's ankles. And so I would have to wheelbarrow on my hands up 21 flights. And Buck is holding on to my ankles, and I'm trying to go up each step one at a time with my, after you get about the third or fourth flight, your arms are shaking, your shoulders are burning, you're trapped, your neck, everything, and you'd collapse. And this is a cement stairwell. I had so many bruises on my face and forehead from catching the edge of the step every time my arms would collapse. And make it all the way up to the top and run back down and then switch. And then you grab his ankles and he'd have to go up on his hands up 21 flights. Now, that's all we did the first week because it took, like I said, class was from 10 to 3. It took all that time for everybody to complete it. And then we were off on the weekends, and the following Monday, out of the 16, 4 showed up. A dozen quit.
I was about to ask you how many fell out after the first week.
A dozen quit. And the 4 guys was me, Buck Zumhoff, a guy by the name of Jen Nelson, and another guy by the name of Scott Irwin, who wrestled pretty much in the Texas area and became pretty good.
Yeah.
And I think he passed away. I'm not quite sure of the medical terms, but I think he had a retinal something cancer that went into his brain. And he was a young man. I mean, I think late 20s. And Jan Nelson passed away with an overdose. And then Zumhoff is in prison for doing something with minors.
Yeah.
And so out of the 4, I'm the last guy, and then, and I went on with my career, but that was the hardest, 10 weeks of my life. I told myself the only way I'm not going to be able to finish this is if they tell me maybe you ought to quit or come back and do the camp the next time. I wasn't going to quit. And I went up there and I weighed 232 pounds. At the end of 10 weeks, I was 195.
Amazing.
I was spent.
Rick, I want to bring you back a little bit, though. You mentioned that you got tired of school. You just got a regular job. And your father, who was a lifer in the military, and God bless him for his service.
Yeah, 22 years.
At what point did your father ever say, hey, look, join the military? And if he did, why didn't you? And then I'd like to understand when you said to him and your mom, hey, guess what? I'm going to be a pro wrestler. What were they like? What was that all about?
Dad wasn't real uppity about me joining the service. I graduated from high school in 71, and they had the draft, but my number was like 300 something. So there was no chance for me to get drafted because I had such a high number. Even though my dad spent 22 years in the Army, he wasn't big, and they didn't push because in the late 60s there and the early 70s, Vietnam was pretty strong. And I think Mom had a lot to do with it. My mother's from Japan. She was born in Kyoto, which was the original old capital. And she never said to me, and Dad never said that Mom said, but I have a gut feeling that she just did not want to see her boys go off, to Nam or something. Didn't want it to chance it. So it wasn't anything that was even having, kitchen table talk about. That day that I said I was going to be a wrestler and go to this camp, my dad was good with it, but something, my mom was more proud and excited about me doing that. And you could see it in her face and in her smile and in her hug, but her last words were, take care of yourself. Don't let them hurt you.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love it. Rick, I want to go over a couple of news articles, and then I want to get into your career a little bit.
Okay.
Recently, wrongly shaming a kid for blackface in a gross virtual signal, and perhaps the laziest Monday morning quarterbacking performance ever, Deadspin writer Karen Phillips smeared a pint-sized Kansas City Chief fan as of wearing a blackface wearing bigot, and accused the NFL and CBS of aiding and abetting this behavior. What were your thoughts about that when you heard that in the news?
I thought it was completely ridiculous, to put an emphasis on a young man that was a Kansas City Chief fan. And, I've never been to a Kansas City Chief game, but I like watching Patrick Mahomes, and the Chiefs is one of my favorite teams to watch. And, whenever they showed the crowd there, and, there might be 90,000 people there at the stadium, and 50,000 of them are wearing what the kid was wearing. And to isolate and point that out, to try and get a ridiculous point across. There's just so many issues right now that bother me about the direction that this country has been going for the last 3.5 years, that it is just brainwashing, propaganda, and it, to me, very upsetting.
Let's stick on that subject a little bit. I agree with you. Where do you think this all started going wrong? Could I say that this country is really becoming soft, and we're not able to handle criticism properly, and we're making a lot of excuses for our actions nowadays? What are your thoughts about that? Where do you think this country started going backwards?
I never saw, I was never really big into politics until about the last 3 years, in which I started noticing changes. I never knew that in some of our more uppity elite colleges were teaching the young people more of a socialistic style of governing instead of our capitalism. I never knew that. Maybe because I just wouldn't bend an ear or wasn't that much interested. But then more and more of stuff becoming more visual to my eyes, and and they tell you don't believe what your eyes are seeing. Well, your eyes don't lie to you. What you see, and then after that is what you hear. And I just I don't know if the country's getting soft. I think I'm just going to say it, the Democrats had just come out with something so shockingly revealing, and since they were able to this last election gain control and power, being able to use that on you, and it's even more troubling now that some pieces of our government going after civilians, our teachers that are expressing a voice about what's happening in school, and trying to protect their kids, and people being censored when our First Amendment with the freedom of speech. And it just behooves me how they can continually, and I'm going to use this word, lie and procrastinate propaganda, and to use that as a weapon. And that old saying, if you tell a lie enough times, you get people starting to believe it. And just things that have gone so wrong with our country, and then they can turn around and say, well, let's blame it on the Republicans because it's their fault. And I'm thinking, how in the world can it be their fault when you guys are the one in control, and everything that's been going on is because of what you've been doing? And they're using using the Republicans as an scapegoat, because I think they're starting to see that the American people are not buying, what they're being told. It's just not. It's not right, and it's also not correct. And that old thing about if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This country, in the past 200 plus years, has been the strongest country in the world, the youngest country to be able to expand and grow as it did, and it was all because of the values that our forefathers put forth to give everybody a chance and a break and equal opportunities. And I just don't understand how they see that their way of doing things, of just basically going to end up with two classes. You're going to have the very, very rich, and then you're going to have everybody else underneath, and it's just, it hurts my heart, and it turns my gut. And, how much, how much this country has done for me, I'm half Japanese, and I was bullied when I was a kid and made fun of, slanty eyes, yellow skin, and all that. But both my mom and my dad, they just, take it on the chin. You're better. And I grew up with parents that believed in right and wrong. If you do it correctly. Do it the right way. I watched my mom being mocked when I was a kid. We lived overseas, and of course it hurt. But that was people that were not Americans. We lived in Turkey, and Germany, and Italy, and it was, I said they're not. My dad would say they're not U.S. citizens. So, don't worry about what they think, because our country's the greatest. And so, I get off on my soapbox on start talking more and more about it, but it just hurts me to see this direction, especially what has happened the last, 3.5 years.
Well, I'll say I totally agree with you. So, hopefully change is coming soon.
And you're a New Yorker.
I am.
Yes.
I am.
Do you know where I was born?
Where?
West Point.
Were you really? Nice.
Poughkeepsie.
Very nice.
My dad was in the service. Now, he wasn't a West Pointer, but he was stationed there. Okay, and he met my mom in '49, and they came back to the States. And when he came back and brought my mom, it went to West Point, and that's where I was born. I have a younger brother, Arthur, who's a year younger than me, and that's the two of us were born there. So people ask me, where were you born? I said, New York, and they find it. Aren't you from Hawaii? I mean, that's what they, I said, no, that was just a wrestling gig, man. That was just, I had the Polynesian look, and that's how I got the Steamboat name from Sammy Steamboat, who was a true Hawaiian, who wrestled down in Florida for Eddie Graham.
Odd question. So your father met your wife. She's from his wife. She's from Japan.
Yeah.
One, did your mom miss Japan? Like, did she want to go back after coming to the States? And two, did you ever have the opportunity to meet your grandparents when you were younger?
No. My mother's father died he passed away when she was young. I'm saying best that I can recall is that, she was a teenager. He was pretty high up in a company, and I'm sorry, I don't know the company, but that company took care, my mom said, that company took care of what would have been my grandmother and the family through the company. since her father was pretty high up in the company and he passed away at a very young age. So they were taken care of. Now, I'm trying to remember the other part of your question.
Did your mom want to go back to Japan at some point,
Okay.
right? Was she homesick?
All right. When they left Japan and then went to West Point, and I was born, right after that, we went to Italy. Now, during that move, my mother finds out later, way later, and I'll get to that her family moved from Kyoto to Tokyo. And during this time when my mom was with my dad in West Point in Italy, she did not know that the family moved. Now, my mom's last name is Ito, I-T-O. That's like the Smith and the Joneses over here in the States.
Wow.
You know, it's, and so my dad was trying to get in contact with my mother's family through the American Red Cross and through the Red Cross of trying to get to, they over in Japan trying to get a hold of family members, but they could never find because there were so many Itos. I mean, millions. So I told you, like, they left in 49 or 1949 or 50. And so we'll fast forward to the early 80s, late 70s. I was going over to Japan and working with a promoter over there called Gianto Baba. And I would go over there and tour for 3 or 4 weeks and then come back to the States. And so in 1984, I went over there about 13 times. And in 1984, I went over there and I asked the promoter, Baba, I said, would you mind if your announcers would, during my match, tell the people who's watching who I am, and that I am in search of my mother's family. And my mother's name is Takako Ito. And so he agreed. They made that announcement while I was wrestling. The very next day, a young Japanese boy, like a runner, came to my hotel room, and he showed up and he says, we have big response people last night. And I was so excited. I said, oh, really? You know, maybe this might be my mother's relatives. And I said, how many people? He said, we have 200 names. And I said, 200? So my mom's family can't have, 200. Well, there were so many Itos, people were just saying, yeah, I'm related. But anyway, he said, what do you want me to do? So we're sitting in my hotel room, and he had the list of names and the telephone number next to each name. And I said, would you mind maybe calling 10 people just to see what's going on? So he dialed the first number, and it was my mother's oldest brother. Mm. First name. What are the odds?
Unbelievable.
So, and I couldn't speak Japanese. I mean, I could do a little restaurant talk, maybe a little cab talk, how to get to the hotel, maybe order some, sushi or something. But I couldn't have conversation. So through the kid, and he was interpreting, and I said, okay, we got to go on tour, and I won't be back to Tokyo for 2 weeks. I said, does he have any wedding pictures? Because I remember my mom and dad showing me their wedding pictures when they got married over there in Japan. He was a GI, He had one stripe on his sleeve. And he said, yes, I have pictures. So after 2 weeks, we came back to Tokyo, and he met me in the lobby. And he opened up the album, and sure enough, there were the same pictures that I saw my mom and dad had. So he gave me his information, his, address and phone number. And now, before I left on this tour, I never told my mom and dad that what I was going to try and do, because my dad was so unsuccessful for, God, this is from 49 to 84. You know, it was just, he tried and it just couldn't make it happen for my mom. So when I went back and I went to my parents and I talked to my dad in the kitchen, I said, I got some information here. This is mom's oldest brother. He couldn't believe it. And I gave it to my mom, and there was, I think, a 12-hour difference in time between U.S. and there, East Coast time. So she called up the number, and her brother answered and was talking, you know, like 90 miles an hour in Japanese. And here's my mom. She could understand what he was saying, but she had a hard time replying because she had not spoken her language for 30 years. You know, it was she could just get out a few words here and there. And so I was going to go back over to Japan and do another tour about 4 or 5 months later. And Jayanta Baba arranged to pay for my mom's airplane ticket to fly from, they were living in Charlotte, North Carolina. And he flew her all the way from there to Tokyo. And we landed, we were waiting for our luggage. And off in the distance, people that would get their bags and go through customs and then go through these automatic doors that were opening up. And of course, those people, they might have had relatives waiting for them or friends. But I kept looking at the doors that were opening, and I saw this one guy who just, every time the doors opened, boy, he was looking hard. And I said, hey, Mom, next time those doors open, there's a guy standing on the left side that keeps looking real hard. And the doors would open, and my mom saw him. And now we're way over on the other side of this huge area. And then the doors would close. And then another pair of people would walk through the doors, and they'd open up, and then they would look. And finally, they waved at each other. And she turned to me, and she said, that's my youngest brother. His name is Gyuhei. So we grabbed our bags and went through customs. And when the doors opened, there she met with her youngest brother, first time in over 30 years. So he was taking us. He told us. My mom didn't even know, but she asked, is Mom still alive? And he said, yes, Mom's still alive. And I think at that time, Mom was like 85, my grandmother, her mom. And so he took us, he said, Mother is living with the oldest brother. That's one of our cats there. Anyway, so we get to the house, and for the first time, her mother and her daughter embrace. And that's the first time that she has seen her daughter in over 30 some years. And neither knew if one was dead or one was alive, you know, because for all those years there was never any contact. So I got a ride. I said, okay, Mom, you're going to stay here with your oldest brother and your mom. I'm going to go back to the hotel. I got to go on tour. So I catch a cab and go back to the hotel. And leave the next day, go to some city, wrestle, stay there that night. The next morning, I go down to the lobby to get a coffee, and this young boy comes up to me and says, are you Ricky Steamboat? And I said, yes. You have telephone call. And I said, wow, this is odd. So I go over to the front desk and I pick up the phone, and it's my mom. And she goes, she always called me Richie. She says, Richie, I'm ready to go home now.
Oh, jeez.
I said, what? I'm ready to go home now. I said, what's up, Mom? It's only been one night. I finally finished argument with oldest sister, and now I'm ready to go home. See, her older sister never approved Mom marrying a GI. You know, right after the Second World War, right?
Right.
4 or 5 years after. And I was saying, Mom, I said, I'm under contract. I have to finish this tour. I said, Baba paid for your airplane ticket. You know, our departure date isn't for 2 more weeks. I said, you got to fix this. Please fix it. She's like, ooh, okay. I fix it for you. So I go on tour, wrestled, 2 weeks. And at the end of the tour, back at the hotel there in Tokyo, and there is my mom with all her brothers and sisters. There were 6 kids. There was like four brothers and there was 2 girls, so it was 6 kids. And they were all sitting in the lobby with my mom, and they met me. And she told me, she says, "Yeah, we fixed it. Everything's good." So that was. So when we left, and we're heading to the airport to catch the flight back to the States, she looked at me and she says, "I'm ready to go home."
Amazing gift, though, you gave her, man. Think about that. It's an amazing gift you gave her.
But, real quick, to her, U.S. was home.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. All right, next news story, then we're going to get into a little bit of your career. Former WWE star Tammy Sunny Sitch gets 17 years in prison for deadly DUI crash. Former pro wrestler Tammy Sunny Sitch has been sentenced to 17 years in prison for drunkenly colliding into another car, killing a 75-year-old man with a blood alcohol level 4 times the legal limit. Thoughts on that, Rick?
I just vaguely crossed that story the other day, so I really don't know the ins and outs of it. I remember meeting her, at one time back in around, I'm going to say like 07, 06. I was an agent guy working with the WWE, and I think she was wrestling at the time, and and might have just run into her. I really can't say much because I really don't know her. Obviously what she did was very wrong, but like I said, I just heard when the story came out a couple days ago.
Well, speaking of something like that, right? So obviously, no matter what forms of life, people run into certain addictions and stuff. While you were wrestling, were you ever uncomfortable wrestling with a wrestler because you might know they were on some sort of substance? And again, I'm just a fan, and my question would be, like Saturday night's main event when you wrestled Jake and you get dropped on your head at DDT, which I'm assuming was actual concussion that you received and pretty dangerous.
Yeah.
Did you have concerns
that was my call.
With Jake?
That was not when him and I worked almost every night for, God, we had a good run for almost maybe a couple of months. I had the Dragon in my corner, this guy, and he had that Snake. And we sold a lot of tickets. There were a lot of curiosity seekers that wanted to come out and see what was going to happen during that match. I will say this, that every time that I stepped in the ring with Jake Roberts, he was straight as an arrow. And, what he did after hours was his own business. But during working with me during that run, and I also worked with him back in the day when there were territories, and it was with Jim Crockett Promotions in the Mid-Atlantic region there, North, South Carolina, and Virginia. And he was working there at that time as Jake the Snake Roberts. And I had worked with him there, that he was always he was always on top of things. He was never ever in a bad way, or couldn't get to the ring or stuff like that. The horror stories that you hear later on. But no, I always I remember a comment he made, and that was and it wasn't to me. This was something like on air somewhere. And he said, when I found out that I was going to work with Ricky Steamboat, you better get in shape. So, I guess he took a real serious point about working with me in the ring. And God, we had some 5-star matches, him and I. He was a great psychologist in the ring. He's one of the greatest I would consider in the business on knowing what to do, when to do it, and what move to do and why you would do it, into telling a story in the course of a match. And he was able just to, on the fly, just be right on top of things. Boom, 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 boom. He was a great worker to work with.
Now, what happened that night, though, on Saturday night's main event? You know, millions of people watching this show. Probably not the best time for something to go wrong. What did happen?
Well, I don't remember how the talk came out about DDT on the floor. And I'm thinking, best of my memory, this old noggin's been dropped a few times. So I made the suggestion, and I know Vince was there. They had those cushion pads all around the ring. I said, you need to pull that, you need to jump me, beat me up, pull the pad away, expose the cement floor, and then DDT me on the cement floor. And Jake was like, no way. He said, it may kill you. And I said, whenever you got DDT'd, you get your hand down there in time to protect yourself. So I said, don't worry, I've taken your DDT. I said, I'll get my hand down there and, let's make it real. Well, he went to DDT me, and I didn't get my hand down there in time, and it was real.
Oh,
it felt like a hand grenade went off of my head. And, even to this day, he tells people, he says, yeah, Steamboat was knocked unconscious. I had to pick him up like a rag doll and drag him into the ring. And we've had talk about it, and we've had laughs about it. And I said, Jake, I was never knocked unconscious. I had all my faculties. I was limp, because that's the way you're supposed to be if you ever get DDT'd on the floor. If the fans saw me help you pick me up, get to my feet, help you roll me in the ring, I don't think it would have the impact. So I went like a limp noodle for the reason that was what would happen if you really got, I really got DDT'd on the cement floor, but I had all my faculties and I wasn't knocked out or anything. But he thinks that I was knocked out because I wouldn't have, I was limp when he picked me up and tried to get me in the ring. He said, man, I almost dropped a nut trying to get you in the ring out there, man. Almost got a hernia. He's, damn. I said, well, that's, you want it to be, make it look real. That's realism right there. But I was good. Yeah.
Let me ask you this.
My own noggin swelled up pretty bad, and I didn't get black eyes till maybe about 2 days later when the blood finally started to move around. And boy, I looked like Neanderthal man with my forehead stuck way out there, like,
Yeah, well, worked pretty well. How did you stay so unscathed in such a hard business? All the traveling, people fall into drugs, things like that. How did you stay straight? Like, what was it that made you stay that way?
I got, bruised ribs and separated shoulders. It wasn't until recently, I've had knee surgery, I've had a knee replaced, I've had my hip replaced, I got a rod on my back, and arthritis setting in all over the place. But during the time when I was working, I think one of the, I was always the guy that go to the gym, and there was a lot of us, maybe half of the crew would find themselves going to the gym every day. But I think one of the biggest things that was my saving and grace, and not knowing at the time, but I knew it was doing me some good, is I would spend a lot of time stretching. I would find a corner in the locker room or down the hallway or something and just stretch. And I could get to where I could almost do splits. And I would do this maybe a couple matches before my match was on. And, for 20, 30 minutes. break a sweat and get warmed up. And, and there was a lot of guys, sitting in the locker room reading a magazine, and they say, "Hey, Bobby, you're up," and just get right up and go to the ring. And I just felt, I started doing it in my rookie year, and I just carried it forward all those years to make sure I got a real good stretch, and I felt limbered and warmed up in my joints. And I think that really saved me.
At what point do you get into bodybuilding and actively competing in bodybuilding?
That was in the late 70s. I always worked out. And, I didn't start working out until actually I made the decision to go to Minnesota. So about 8 months prior of leaving and, going up there in November, I found a gym and I started working out, like I said, 3 times a week, and then running on the beach 3 times a week. So, but then after that, I continued working out, and I got to where I thought I was looking decent, pretty good. Never on a national level, but maybe on a state level. So in the late 70s, I just started doing some competing in local state and regional stuff, maybe mid-Atlantic, it'd take in 2 or 3 states, and Mr. North Carolina, I won my weight class, didn't win overall, but I was in about 5 different bodybuilding contests. It was hard because I was still wrestling, and you're on that real strict diet, and you're watching your calories, and you have no energy to get in the ring, and the guys that I was working with at that time knew that I was going through that, and then they were pretty much carrying me through the match. But it was just a personal thing, maybe something on my bucket list that I just wanted to check off. I'm going to show you something real quick. Hang on.
Sure.
Just take me a sec. Actually, I'm going to. This is my what they call the man cave.
Yep.
This right here. Let me just give you a real. This is in my office here.
Uh-huh.
And,
got a virtual tour of the Steamboat Man Cave.
Yeah. Okay. And then over here, all the dolls and everything that they, I don't know. They got about 15 or 16 Ricky Steamboat dolls, but I want to show you this piece. Okay. This trophy right here. All right, I'm going to slide this over. I don't know if you can see this picture.
Yeah, we could kind of see it. Yeah, absolutely.
That's me. You know who this guy is?
Is that Snuka, right?
That's Snuka.
How do you compete against Snuka? What is that all about?
We were at the WBBG Southern States. That was North and South Carolina contest. The judges brought the 2 of us out of all the contestants to do a side-by-side. And because the points were so close. And at the end of the show, they gave me, this is it right here. They gave me the first place trophy.
Amazing.
And that was the only time Snuka was an animal, man. He was, and at that time he probably was close to 40 years old, and just a good fond memory of Jimmy. I always loved working with him in the ring. Everybody talks about Ricky Steamboat's arm drag, and I'll tell you a story of how I got that. But anyway, Snuka was the best guy to feed me for the arm drag. He was the best guy to feed me for an arm drag.
Wow.
He was more of his body was like, he was like a beast, it was raw. I had more maybe like a pleasing physical look, pleasing to the eye, more symmetric than Snook. But yeah, that was the only time we competed, and I narrowly beat him by just a couple of points.
Rick,
and let me tell you the story. You know who originated that arm drag? If you're familiar with my arm drag, I get way up in the air with the guy before I hook his arm. And everybody that worked with me knew, I said, you got to jump as high as up as you can and just do a forward somersault, and I'll hook your arm, and then we'll land together. Well, I stole that from a guy by the name of Jack Briscoe. Jack Briscoe originated that flying style of an arm drag. So everybody thinks of Ricky Steamboat's arm drag, but actually Jack Briscoe was the originator.
And you just improved on it, right?
I could get up higher than Jack, I guess. Maybe, but truthfully, it just depends on the guy feeding you. If he can't get up in the air, you can't either, because you're underneath him. If he only just gets up a little bit, you can't get any higher. So yeah, that's a picture of me and Dory Funk.
Yeah. I was listening to you speak about.
If you look at the audience, that's in Japan.
Wow. Amazing. Yeah. I was listening to you speak about snooker. You have your own family life, and I get that. How hard is it to lose these brothers throughout the years? Is it because it's like your own little family, your other family? Yeah. How difficult is that?
To me, the only time when I felt that I was close to all the guys that I work with in the ring was at the time that we were all together. And then I got away from the business, and then I got back in about 2005, working with Vince and being a road agent, and working with guys again. But this is just being mean, and I hope it doesn't sound selfish, but it just, when I got away from the business, I just sort of wanted to be done with it. And then you just hear of who passed away, or who is down and out, or who is sick. And, I would have a moment or two, but I don't want to make it feel like I'm heartless, but for me, it was a brotherhood during the active time, and everybody just sort of, went their way as everybody got out of the business and went their separate ways. I don't know of too many guys that kept in contact even after the years they were out of the business. I run into them more at these convention signings, these fanboys, and have a moment. And of course, there's always an embrace and a hug, and it's good to see you. But yeah. And it's just a few times they say, "Hey, are you staying at the hotel?" "Yeah." "Well, let's go down and have a beer." "Okay." But for me, that was only maybe just a few times, and I've done 100 of these signings around the country. So we're real close and tight at the moment, but I think it's I don't know what the mindset is that once we're done, we're done. And I hate to make it sound like we're done with each other, but it isn't something where you go out of. I don't go out of my way to try and locate and find and correspond with some of the fellow guys that I had great matches with. Only really one guy that I sort of stay in tune with, and I went to visit when he was down, and that was Ric Flair. At one time, he had that when he was in the hospital in Atlanta, and I was living in St. Pete. And me and the wife, we jumped in the car, and I drove from St. Pete to Atlanta straight away. I left late in the afternoon, 5 or 6 o'clock. Didn't get in until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And then I was there at the hospital the next day at 8 o'clock or something to meet with him. And he was in a self-induced coma. And his wife, Wendy, was there. And I was just sort of looking at him over his bed. And he, all of a sudden, and this was, they tell me this afterwards, it's the first time he woke up. And I'm looking at him, and he opened his eyes for the first time after being in a self-induced coma for a few days. And he looked up at me, And in the way Ric Flair would do it, he goes, Ricky Steamboat, unbelievable, right out of a coma.
That's funny as hell, boy. So, Rick, you're going to have to appease me now, because now that rolls into this question since you're talking about Flair. Your name is synonymous with the greatest matches of all time. I mean, that's just another credit to your ability as the professional you are.
Now,
I know you do
Undertaker
documentary.
Undertaker and Shawn Michaels had a hell of a WrestleMania match.
They certainly did, but here's the question. You do these documentaries. One's on Flair. You talk about the trilogy. You talk how great that was. And then you do a documentary on Savage, and obviously that WrestleMania 3 match, iconic.
Yeah.
Here's my question. To Rick Steamboat, which were the greater matches? The WrestleMania 3 Savage or your trilogy with Flair?
Okay, I'm going to give you an answer, and I don't want to make it sound like I'm a politician. If you want to take a Raw match and put two guys in it, and the only thing they know about the match is maybe the last 2 or 3 minutes of the match, which would be the finish, that would be myself and Ric Flair, and that would, to me, say that we were two consummate professionals. Now, I'm always mentioning the Savage match because, to me, that was the hardest match for me to do, and it's because Savage and I never had any matches leading up to WrestleMania 3. I would like to have called them tune-up matches. Savage was a different psychologist in the ring, and that would be he wants everything to be set up and lined up. And, you know, when you have a tune-up match, you could talk about some of the things you want to do in the match, and then you go out in the live audience in some of these tune-up matches and see what kind of response you would get from the crowd. If it wasn't good, when you got back to the locker room afterwards, you say, you know, for the big pay-per-view coming up, we're not going to do that spot because everybody just farted all over it. So you'd have opportunities to put things together, and Savage and I never had that. But what made it difficult is that he wanted to have everything put down in stone, you know, in writing. Well, it wasn't in writing. He just wanted everything to be set up and from A to Z. And if in the middle of that match, the fans were not buying it, it would be very difficult to change it and go to another different direction because he was so steadfast on what the next steps were. You know, just keep doing it, just keep doing it. So, you know, Flair and I, we could work an hour and only go and I would meet him in the locker room. I said, okay, all right, champ, you know, they want us to go 50 minutes tonight on a 60-minute time limit. What would you like the last 3 or 4 minutes to be? And, you know, I got a real quick story if you want to hear it. We wrestled in Charlotte, North Carolina a couple of hundred times over the 8 years that I was there, and he was there for maybe 10. But we had wrestled at Charlotte, and we had done a couple of 1-hour Broadways, which meant in the main events, he had 60-minute time limits, and we had wrestled to a draw. And then we came back they wrestled Charlotte every 2 weeks at the big Coliseum. We came back 2 weeks later, we wrestled to another draw. So we're back 2 weeks later now for the third time, and George Scott, the booker, comes up to us and says, okay, you guys have done a couple of 1-hour Broadways. Ricky, if you don't mind, let's get Flair over tonight. But let's do it where he does something behind the referee's back and he steals the win, where the referee doesn't see that he cheated. I said, okay, no problem. And I looked at Rick and I said, what do you want to do? And he said, when you start your comeback and when I feel it's right, I'll drop to my knees in the corner. I'll put my hands up like I'm trying to beg you off. and you just charge me. And at the last second, I'll duck under and I'll grab the back of your ankles and I'll sweep your feet out from under you. You go flat to your back. I'll look at the referee and I'll tell him to get down and count. And there's a very important reason for that. Get down and count. And as he goes down to count your shoulders, that's when I'll put my feet up on the second turnbuckle to use it as leverage to hold you down. Now, the reason why I told the referee to get down and count is because he did not want to see he did not want to middle the referee or give him the chance, any kind of chance, that he would have caught a glimpse of Flair putting his feet up in the second turnbuckle to get leverage. So when he told me that, how long did that take? Maybe 30 seconds? Mm-hmm. Now, George Scott, the booker, said, how about if you guys just go about 20, 25 minutes and then do the finish? And we said, great. So we go out there and we had wrestled 2 60-minute draws. We go out there and we start wrestling, and the announcer goes, 15 minutes gone, 45 minutes remaining, and then 20 minutes gone, 50 minutes, and so 40 minutes remaining. And so so I look at Flair and I said, you ready? Because you remember the booker, George Scott, said go about 20 and then do the finish. And then at the 20-minute call, I looked at Flair and I said, you ready? He goes, not yet. 25 goes, 30 minutes goes. 30 minutes gone, 30 minutes remaining. I looked at Flair and I said, you ready? He said, not yet. So now we're up to 45 minutes gone and 15 minutes remaining. I said, are you ready? He goes, not yet. 50 minutes gone, 55 minutes gone, 56 minutes gone, 57, 58, 59 minutes gone, 1 minute remaining. I said, hey, asshole, are you ready? He said, Ricky, start your comeback. Now, understand this. The fans in the Charlotte Coliseum, almost sold out, saw us wrestle to 2 one-hour draws, and now there's 59 minutes. So what are they thinking? Oh, they're going to wrestle to another 1 hour draw. I actually saw people starting to get up and leave. So I'm bouncing Flair all around this ring. I'm trying to cover him with everything that I know. And then with about 15 seconds left, the announcer goes, 15 seconds. He drops to his knees in the corner and puts his hands up to beg. And then I hear 10, 9, and I bum rush him. He sweeps my legs out from under me. He looks up at the referee, Tommy Young, get down and count. And the referee turns and goes to count my shoulders. He puts his feet up in the corner. As the referee counts 1, 2, 3, the announcer's going 5, 4, 3. Ding, 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 ding. 2 seconds left on the clock. And they got one of those big basketball clocks that hang over the center of the Coliseum. 2 seconds. He rolls off of me, and he's laying on his back looking up at the ceiling. I'm still on my back, and I'm looking up. And he looks over at me, and he goes, wait for it. Wait for it. Because a hush came over the crowd. And then here it came. Flair, you no good son of a bitch. You cheat, no good. And he looked over at me and he said, we got him. And he rolls out of the ring and he's hunkered down and he's running back down the aisle to the Heels locker room. And they're throwing so much crap at him. And he gets into the locker room. Now I get up and wave at the fans and they're saying, Ricky, you get him next time. He cheated and blah, 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 blah. And I go the other way to the babyface locker room. I walk in the Coliseum around back. There's a hallway that goes around the building. So I go out. Customarily, what you do is you go into the other guy's locker room and you shake his hand and you thank him for the match. And so I went in and George Scott is just berating Flair. He goes, oh, so you think you're the booker now, huh? You want to call the show, right? I told you to go 20. You went 59 minutes and 57 seconds. And I told you to go 20. What the heck's the matter with you? And that's when I walk into the room when this action is going on. He looks at me and he says, Steamboat, get your ass over here. You're part of this too. So he's yelling at me, and I don't say a word. And I walk over to the door that you go out of the Heels locker room that leads to the ring. I go open the door, and I stand behind the door where the fans couldn't see me, and I'm looking at George Scott, and I'm pointing like this. Listen to him, George. They're still screaming at him. They're still screaming. I shut the door and I said, that's all I got to say. And I walked out of the room.
Amazing.
59 minutes
Amazing.
and 57 seconds.
So
timing.
Would it be fair to say then the Flair matches were your favorite?
You see, that match was never televised. That was just a regular house match.
Yeah.
But working with him, and for us to feed off each other in the course of a match, do this, duck, block my punch, kick me, But then Savage, everything was laid out, A through Z. When we started talking, when I told Randy, I said, we're not having any tune-up matches. He goes, what? I said, Vince said we're not having any tune-up matches. He said, we're going to make our debut day of the show. Well, we gotta start putting something together. Damn. So we started meeting with each other whenever we could on the road. I was doing the injury thing with my throat, and meet with Savage on days we were shooting TVs, and we started writing things down. And finally, I brought this yellow tablet, this legal pad, and we got up to about 160 something steps. And with each step, there was like 3, 4, 5 things to do. Like, believe it or not, guess what step number 1 was? Step number 1 was lock up. And I said, Randy, we don't have to write down lock up because we know we're going to lock up. Write it down, Dragon, write it down. I said, oh my God. So, number 1, lock up. Number 2, whatever, do this, this, and this. So, after we got it all down, we would then quiz each other, and I would say, okay, Randy, step number 28 is this, this, and this. Tell me the rest of the match. Step number 30, blah, 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 blah. Step number 31, and then he would do me. He'd go, okay, Dragon, number 67 is this. Tell me the rest of the match. So, I think when we did that, it was so stressful to try and remember every single move and turn to the right, turn to the left, block this, do this, and then I think what made the match different, because that was, 1987, an average match would have 8 or 9 false finishes. Okay? That's a 1-2 and the other guy kicks out of it. In an average match. We had 20. 20 false finishes. And you had to remember 20 false finishes in consecutive order. You had to remember it, and both of you be on the same page on the same move. And plus all the other moves leading up to the false finish. And there was 2 times. There was one time during that match where Randy had a brain fart, flatlined. And he, Dragon, I'm lost. What are we doing? I started to rip off the next sequence, and he's, oh, okay, I got it. And then later on, I had a flat line. I said, Savage, I'm lost. And he would rip it off. And I said, I got it. And we ended up. But when that match was over and I'm laying in the ring, I was so exhausted. I had not been in the ring for almost 3 months because of the injury thing that I wasn't supposed to be wrestling. I was so exhausted. I looked up at the top of the Pontiac Silverdome and I said, it is done. It's over. A sigh of relief. It is over. I was actually looking up at God. And I was thanking him for it being over. It is done.
What does Vince McMahon say to you after that iconic match?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I remember getting to the locker room and I almost passed out. I was so exhausted. I mean, there was a lot of people coming up and saying, "What a match, you guys!" But I honestly don't remember. We got pats on the backs, and I remember, after WrestleMania, they have the big party, the after dinners party there after the show and everything. And I remember sitting there and old timers like Gorilla Monsoon, Arnold Skolin, these guys were old school, hard knocks, and shaking hands and giving me a hug, and couldn't believe the match. Is how did you guys do that? But I've often said over the years, the consummate guy that I go to for me was Ric Flair, because we could just say 2 or 3 things of special things we wanted to do in the match, and then go out there and wrestle for an hour, and all of it is just for the moment, called on the spot, feeling each other out, knowing that what I was going to do next, and he might have known that 5 moves back, so. But, the publicity that we got out of the Savage and Steamboat match, that match, it was just off the hook. And, it was a one-off, and we were able to pull it off. And everything that we put in that match was strictly on our gut feeling, because we didn't know each other in the ring. We didn't have any tune-up matches. We didn't know each other.
But is
so
it
there's
fair?
Your difference.
Is it
Go
fair?
ahead.
Is it fair to me to say though that the paydays up north were substantially better than down south?
That the what?
The paydays were substantially better up north in the
yeah.
WWE compared to NWA, WCW in the South.
Well, yeah, and I'll tell you, I don't want to make it sound like a no-brainer. When Vince, decided to go coast to coast in all the major markets, we're pretty much wrestling in venues that would seat 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 people. So you're working off a percentage of the gate, the money taken in for the night, you're going to make more money. Working down in the Carolinas, we could have sold out Charleston, South Carolina, but the sellout was 1,200. So yeah, I personally, and I'm pretty much the other guys too, was when I started to work for Vince, with my income, doubled and sometimes almost tripled, but only because we were wrestling in venues that had 3-4 times the seating capacity.
And don't forget about the merchandising too, right? You had tons of merchandise.
That was yes,
and
for the first time, everybody was picking up on merch, which was a first. You getting a check every quarter, and it was almost like found money. Plus I'm making top money working in the big cities around the country, and then you're getting merchandise money too. So it was very, very lucrative.
So at some point when you win the Intercontinental title, being from up north, that was always the gateway to becoming the world champion. And God willing, if they were going to make you world champion, the money could have been really crazy. I know why they took the belt from you and why you stepped away to be with your family.
All right. You tell me why, and I'll tell you if that's right.
So from what I understand, you left. You were having a child. You wanted to take a couple of weeks off, and then they decided for whatever reason to take the belt off of you. Is that correct?
That is when that angle with Savage and I came about in December of '86, and he came off the top rope with the belt, and then says I'm going to drop the Intercontinental to you at WrestleMania 3. I just told him, and I was being very upfront. I said, I just want to be upfront with you that I'm going to ask for 2 weeks off in July. I said, my firstborn, that's when it's going to happen. And I said, I've been on the road for, at that time it's been 10 years in the business, and 300 shows a year. And I said, I just don't want to miss my firstborn. And he said, no problem. And so everything was going according to plan. And I think it might have been around 8 weeks after WrestleMania, March, April, May, I don't know, maybe 8, 9, 10 weeks, that on a TV, I was walking into the building and Vince said, Ricky, I need to talk to you. So I came over and he says, we're gonna take the belt off you. You're gonna work with Honky Tonk, and we're gonna put the belt on him. And I said, Vince, when you told me you were gonna drop the belt to me, I didn't say this a second ago, but I'll say it now. I said, you told me that I was going to have it for a year. And I was up front with you and said that I wanted 2 weeks off to be with my firstborn in July. And you said, okay. And his response back was, well, I thought about it, and we just can't have the belt dormant. Keyword there, dormant, for 2 weeks. So, so I dropped the belt to Honky Tonk, and I think it was within that same evening that I went to Vince and I said, remember in July when I wanted 2 weeks off? He goes, yeah. I said, well, I'm taking 6 months off, and I'm taking it now. And I walked out.
That's a gutsy move. That's a gutsy move.
Yeah. But I'm looking at what is right is and what's wrong. I know there's politics, right? There's politics in every walk of life, but this just wasn't right. As him being a dad should understand, and as hard as all of us work on the road and being gone away from families, and I just wanted 2 weeks to be with my firstborn, and say the reason was you can't leave the belt dormant for 2 weeks. It hurt. It made me so mad and upset. I didn't show it to him, but it was more of a hurt. As hard as we all work, and then I couldn't have this once in a lifetime opportunity to be with a child that's being born. It just didn't make sense. But it's politics.
Well, speaking of your child, how's your relationship with your son now? I know he tried his hand at wrestling and had an injury.
Yeah.
How's he doing?
His back's never the same. He herniated 4 discs, but he's very fortunate that he found a girl, and he knew her, through family relation and friendship. We got pictures of them when they were like 5 years old. 2 little kids, right, running around. And then they re-met, like maybe 15 years later, and started seeing each other. And Richie was into wrestling and going through the school, and in Tampa, the first WWE school in Tampa, and then he got hurt, and she was going to college. She was going to law school, and they found a way to make it through, and then she turned out to working for a firm, going out on her own, starting her own law firm. And they have now got 4 kids, 3 sons and a daughter. And during this time, he has decided and accepted the fact to be a stay-at-home dad, which I was happy to hear, especially in this day and age where at least you have a parent at home. And they got sort of like a farm with goats and pigs, and she's doing very well with her law firm, and he's doing a great job with the kids being a stay-at-home dad. So, all in all, I truly believe it came out for the better. Don't know what the business would have done to them with him being gone 300 days a year on the circuit.
A lot of blessings there. All right, Rick, you've been with us a while. I want to thank you for joining us. One last question. In your storied career, I asked Ricky Steamboat, if there's one regret in your wrestling career, what would that have been?
Walking out for 6 months. I could have just stuck with the plan and taken my 2 weeks and been a yes guy, and I think that really it set me back for a while. I felt it was justified, but then, when you're thinking about pride and how hard you've been working and all that you did for the company, and then you feel like you got shafted in a very, very wrong way because it was dealing with family. But, sometimes, emotions overtake. You better just think this out first before blurting it out on the very same evening that you're taking 6 months off and see you. I think I should have taken a moment and thought things out. And if knowing me, I probably wouldn't have done that if I would have just taken a few days and calmed down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pride's a tough thing, man. Pride can get in the way of a lot of stuff, that's for sure. But we learn as we go on, right?
Yeah.
I guess I have one more question for you. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish your thought.
Ahead. No, I was going to say that lesson has helped me later in life to, before being quick, making unrational, quick decisions, to take a moment. And you notice that when you asked me that question, I didn't have a hesitation on giving you an answer because there was some really truism behind it, that it was a lesson that taught me that I learned from and try to carry it forward today. Don't let because emotions, it could be the devil on your shoulder, and you're looking over on your shoulder and he's saying, do it.
Right.
Right. And you got to say, no, let me have a moment here, So that's what it taught me.
Well, we all learn lessons, right? That's what life's about.
Yeah.
With that being said, I personally, and I'm sure everybody else, wants to thank you for all you've done for wrestling fans out there, the years and years of enjoyment. And on a personal level, I want to thank you for taking the time out and coming on this show. I know you're a busy man.
Yeah.
And I just want to personally thank you. Thank you for all you've done, sir.
Pleasure. Well, I get a lot. I get that a lot. And believe you me, it's very appreciative. I somehow, some way, feel that when I do these conventions, for me, I'm trying to say thank you back to the fans that came out to support me and support the business. I feel in some way, even though they may be buying an 8x10, but in some way I feel like I want to say thanks for being here. Because, bottom line is, because without them, we wouldn't have what we have. And I'm very comfortable now, and it's all because of people coming out and wanting to be entertained. And at the time that I was wrestling, that was one of my major focuses, is that I wanted to make sure that the fans, at the end of the night, my goal was to have the match of the night. And it didn't matter if I was in the ring with Jake Roberts, Ric Flair, Rick Rude, Greg Valentine, Macho. It didn't matter. I wanted to have the match of the night. And, I poured it out and gave it my all every single night, wrestling in front of 12 people. One time it was me and Shane Douglas against Steve Austin and the late Brian Pillman up in I think it was Fancy Gap, Georgia, and a snowstorm had come in. And during the intermission, they told the people, well, if you think you're going to have a hard time to get home, you better leave now. And it was a small armory. sold out. And when the four of us, we were the only main event after the intermission, one main event. When we went out, the front row was the only people there. You know, like maybe 12 people on each side, 40, 50 out of, you know, there was 800 or 1,000 in this armory. And any given night, any other wrestler other than us four would have went out there and wrestled 5 minutes and then called it a night. But we went out there and went almost 30 minutes with just the front row sitting there and gave them a hell of a show because we wanted them to go home and tell everybody that walked out the next day or the next days that they missed a hell of a match between the four of us. It's, you know, I always wanted to put out and make sure that the people got their money's worth and that we walked away with the match of the night.
Good stuff. Real quick, Jason Morning wants to know, do you still practice blowing fire?
No. That was, you know, I was taught by a guy in Florida named Brian LaPalme. It was one of those little parking lot Walmart circuses, small, you know, and he used kerosene, and that was kerosene I put in my mouth every night to blow that fire. And real quick story, I went mid-Florida, maybe near Orlando. He was set up, and he was through the company, the WWE. They found him, and he said, "Yeah, I'd be happy to teach, Ricky." They went to Barnum and Bailey, and their fire breather said, "No, I don't want to give away my secrets." So they found this little circus company in Florida, and Brian LaPalme, and we're out in the parking lot, and he's telling me, now the big top, their tent, wasn't fully up. It wasn't erected yet. So he said, "Wait, Ricky, be aware that whenever you do it outside and you have your torch, hold it up in the air and always look at the flames and see which way the flames are going. That'll tell you the wind direction. And make sure that the wind is coming from your back so that the wind is blowing away from you." So he fills his mouth up with kerosene. He holds the torch up, and just as he puts it to his mouth, the wind shifted. And as he's spraying the torch, the wind is blowing the kerosene on his face. And now I'm looking at a 12-year veteran running around this parking lot with his face on fire, going, "Ah, ah, ah." And they sent an office boy down, and I looked over at him and I said, "You see that guy running around? Running around like with his face on fire?" I said, "You call Vince and say, tell him I ain't doing it. I'm not doing it. Look at this." And so Brian LaPalme comes running back up to me, and he said, No, it's just superficial. It's like a bad sunburn. I'm okay. So he said, "Come back tomorrow when the big tent is done, and we'll do it indoors." And I came back, and he started with like a little shot glass of kerosene, and then it went on to larger, almost like a cup, filled enough to fill your whole mouth out and blow the fire out. And but there's a fire breathing story there with a veteran, 12 years of doing it, is running around with his face on fire. The next morning when I showed up, he's in his little Scotty trailer. It's these little mini trailers you tow behind your car. And I knock on the door, and he shows up, and he's got these big water bubble blisters on his face. Yep. And he's standing there, and all of a sudden he's taking his fingers and he's popping them, pop, 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 and the water just, and he's laughing. He did it as a joke. And I had another moment where I turned to the guy that the office sent down, and I said, "I ain't doing it. Look at him." So,
You sure will,
Steamboat. Eyebrows were gone. But this was a fair-skinned redhead guy that was teaching me how to blow fire. So you can imagine how bright red his face had just, it was like a bad sunburn. Anyway, that's my fire breathing story.
And a hell of a story it was. Thank you again, sir. Have a great
Yeah.
weekend, and thank you
Okay.
for everything, and thank you for being on Long Island's #1 pro wrestling broadcast.
All right. Appreciate your show, and I appreciate what you do.
Well, thank you very much.
You're a stand up guy. You really are.
Well, I
and
appreciate
what
that,
you
sir.
do. Yeah.
God
Yeah.
bless.
God bless. Thank you.
All right, guys, the great Ricky Steamboat. What an honor. I hope you guys enjoyed the interview. He was fantastic. What'd you think there, AB?
That was amazing. It was a really good story about him going to Japan and finding like his mom's
Dude,
family. That's
how
insane.
amazing was that?
That
I
was
mean,
one of the craziest
all I was
stories.
thinking, like, man, I wish I could have done something remotely close for my mother like that.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, just like to have that many people reach out to you and you still are able to find the people, and she got to meet him. It was great. That was a great story.
You know, it's amazing. You always hear how great a guy he is, and even in the wrestling world, what a great guy is. Unbelievable guy. Great storyteller. Amazing person.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Well, I want to thank you guys for joining me. We love you all. We'll see you next Thursday. Abe, we'll see you next Thursday.
Absolutely.
All right, guys. Love you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, Abe's hand.
Abe on camera?
Abe's hand on camera.
No, I'm not shaking it. Hold on. They're very salty hands, just
Really?
so you know.
They-
Bend,
You
bend
had
these
sushi?
fingers. Bend these fingers.
The icon Terri Runnels. How are you?
I love the two claps. So one day, this anchor came in. Her name was Susan Lasovich. I love you to this day, Susan. And so I'm washing her hair in one of the basins, and I'm like, who's in charge of makeup at CNN? And she's like, oh, her name's Ramona Horton. I didn't say this to her, but this is what I thought. I'm like, great bitch. Thank you so much. I got this from here on out. Enjoy your shampoo. So, ringy dingy dingy. Not a cell phone. Ringy dingy dingy. Ramona Horton. Yes, this is she. Hi, this is Terry Boatwright. I would love to get an interview with you. She's like, I'm sorry, we're not hiring. Thank you, goodbye. Ooh. Well, that happened maybe 25 times in 1 month. Bitch is on it, right? She's like, I ain't gonna take no for an answer. Finally, she goes, oh my God, just come in for an interview. I'm like, we could have solved that 3 weeks ago if you would have just said those words, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, I get in there, and she's like very, very harsh with me. She's like, "This is Patrick Greenlaw. He's going on air right now. Do his makeup. You got 60 seconds. Do it." I jumped. I did my thing. He went out to the studio. She said, "You're hired."
Nice.
That's how I got my job at CNN. And then from working for CNN, because I was the low man on the totem pole, I did makeup for wrestling on the weekends. And then one thing led to another, and Ole Anderson wanted me to be this character. I had nothing to do with the character except for her name, which I thought Alexandra York sounded very snotty. And very foo-foo-y, and so that was the only thing I had to do with that character, other than being her. I did not create her, so, but yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Oliver Stone.
You ready for that one?
Why not? You think I'll remember 20 minutes from now?
I know, but I'm going to be very loquacious when I start into this.
Loquacious. Abe! You got a thesaurus on you?
Loquacious. Can you
The
help them
hell
out?
is loquacious?
Quickly.
Abe, seriously, can you help them out?
Come on, Abe, look up the word, I dare you. He doesn't even know how to spell it, I'll bet you. Loquacious.
No, I want...
You want me to say it?
Yeah.
Loquacious, tending to talk a great deal.
Oh.
Talkative.
Oh,
Wow.
really?
Yeah.
So are you trying to say that my wife is loquacious?
Oh, Jesus.
She and I both
do you
are.
want to go home tonight? What are you doing? Oh,
She and I both are very loquacious.
You are.
Wow.
You're like twins.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's clear. It's clear to say that you don't read
Gorp Grappler. Not at the crayons in the
because
coloring
in page
books either,
two,
I guess.
in page 2 it says
What?
the cat is blue.
Meow. No, I don't think so. Todd is God. This is kind of simple too. Tell you the truth.
So I've moved to Washington, D.C. I'm going to give a little Larry King prior to Oliver because it's all in the same story.
Okay.
CNN, again, I was there when it was in its inception. And then they needed me in Washington, D.C. Well, that was where Larry did his show.
Okay.
So I actually had to go into the studios at 5 in the morning there, do the anchors. They had no other anchors or anybody else during the day, so I would immediately go home, and then at nighttime I would go back in to do Larry King and any of his guests that he had, right? And so, so my first night there, I think it was, hold on, it was one of those funky preachers. Hold on, Oral Roberts.
Oh.
Oral
okay.
Roberts. So Oral is the guest, and Larry is the host, and so I go in to do a touch up on Larry, and he says, "How do you think I look?"
Jesus Christ.
And
Like a mummy with spectacles.
And I said one word. I said healthy, because I was trying to come up with something
Healthy?
that wouldn't be offensive.
You look
because the guy
healthy.
looked pasty as and like he was on his last leg. And
Even then.
And the only
is
word
years
I
ago.
came up with, because I was brand new. This was like my first or second
Healthy.
night. I was like, "You look healthy."
Oh, boy.
And later on, I learned that
boy.
everybody in the control room fell out of their chairs
I would've.
and were like
Yeah.
just dying.
Yeah.
And yeah,
You
so
look
after
healthy.
that, I would do his makeup every night during the week, every night. And then he would be trying to eat when I was doing his makeup, and I'd be like moving like chicken fried rice off just so I could like finish his makeup and stuff. But one of the funniest things that ever happened to me with him. So when you're in a TV studio, as we are, there are edit bays, right? Edit bays, edit bays, edit bays, edit bays. And so he came in very late for the show. And so they're like, "He's in edit bay 6. Go do his makeup." So I run down, because everything's live, right? I run down, and I'm trying to do his makeup, and he goes, "This is so sick." So I go in there, and I'm doing his makeup, and he's like, "Terry, I'm sexy tired."
What'd he say?
Exactly. That's why I said it quietly, because that's what I thought was like, what the f-? He said, Terry, I'm sexy tired. And I
Ew.
said, what in the f-
I
does
don't
that
feel well.
mean?
I'm not
And
liking
he
that.
said, you know, I feel sexy, but I'm tired. F me 20 days to Sunday.
So the moment has finally arrived that you knew eventually was going to come, I'm
It was
assuming.
rotten and
Ew.
gross.
It is now here.
But the last one was when Ted Turner wanted to do the Goodwill Games. I called Larry at his house, and I said, Lair, I really want to be the key makeup artist on, for these games. He goes, I just had a dream about you on a train.
Oh, God.
Wait.
Thank God I
And
didn't eat before I came here.
He's like, if you'll take care of me, I'll take care of you.
Wow.
And I literally said to him, dude, off, clink. And that was like way before cell phones. And so,
Wow.
Yeah. So that's my Larry King story.
So that's the end of Larry King. Off to wrestling we go. Very nice.
They recently had that Dusty Rhodes documentary. Mm-hmm. And this is how I felt. I don't know if anybody else felt that way. I'm just going to ask you the question. They seem to kind of put up or present it that the falling out between Dustin and Dusty were over you. Is that accurate, and can you elaborate on it?
Yes and no. So the way this story goes and what happened actually is I was in wrestling before Dustin was. Most people think I got my position based upon me dating Dustin. I was in that way before he was. Even though his dad was in it, it was a likely, thing for him to progress to. He was still a little young punk in Texas and was not a part of it when I broke in the business. The way we started was I was out in Phoenix and I was the makeup artist. I was not yet Alexander York. I don't think I was. Anyway, but Tony Schiavone, I forget who all was in the van that was like an extended van with extra people, not a small one. And I had been on the deck of the Hilton Phoenix drinking with Dusty and Janie. In the background is the hills of Phoenix, beautiful, like pink and blue color, just beautiful. And Dustin pulls up in a cab with his golf clubs, and he gets out and he comes over, and I don't know what happened in me, but all of a sudden I was just like, he's kind of cute. He is kind of cute. So that night, just a few hours later, he was in the van with us. We went to go eat, and he said, I'm going to blow this pop stand, basically, and, go hang with the boys. And I said, no, you're not. You're going to stay here with me, and we're going to, have a great night. So he stayed in the van with me, and then when we came back, the first and only time I've ever had tequila was that night. And I forget how many shots of tequila I took, but I do remember this. He got me to my room. He put me under the covers. He was very kind, very gracious. He did not do anything inappropriate. And the next morning, I remember calling him and saying, I need toothpaste, because I couldn't find mine. And he brought it down. And then we fly back home from Phoenix to Atlanta. And he sends me this piece of paper through several people. Can you pass that down, pass it down. So I finally get this little document, and it says, will you go out with me on a lunch date? And so I wrote back, nope, unless you ask me personally. Hold up, send back. So he asked me out properly. Will you go to lunch with me? The day that we landed, we went to lunch together. He said, would you go to dinner with me tonight? I said, I will. Second day, lunch. Second day, dinner. Third day, he just moved in with me.
Mm.
So, yeah, so it was like a very, I mean, Dustin has grown into his skin because he's so amazing and precious and wonderful. But back then, he was just a very insecure, like I was just telling someone about like Barry Windham saying, "Yeah, she fucked all the boys." You, if I did that, I'll grant it to you. I'll give it to you on a silver platter. The night that I told Dustin I'm done was he came home because I didn't do TVs at all. So he came back and he said, "Oh my God." I told him at the beginning when we started dating who I'd been with.
Right.
And I wanted to be very honest and upfront and, this is who. And he came to my house and he goes, I can't believe you didn't tell me that you Jake the Snake Roberts. I said, are you fucking kidding me? He goes, no. They told me you I said, not only haven't I not Jake the Snake Roberts, I've never even met him in the flesh. I've never shaken his hand. I've never looked in his eyeballs. Nothing. So you got a choice to make right here and now. Do you want to believe all this bullshit that the boys are trying to fuck you over with and like rape you with? Or do you want to believe me? He was like, okay, I believe you. And like it was so many years later before I ever even met Jake the Snake. But that just told me where Dustin's mindset and like the levels in which he was. So I think he's much wiser now. But either you trust what I've told you and whom I've been with, or you trust the boys that are.
So do you think Dusty, who trusted the boys, was like, Dustin, what are you doing with this woman?
So we're in the Austin, Texas airport. He's brought me to meet his mom. Of course, I've already met Dusty because I'm in the business. And we had a great time. Like, it was a great visit. It was wonderful. Dustin's mom just passed in the last year, which is terrible, but she was always so funny and sweet and whatever. But we go to the airport in Austin to fly back to Atlanta. And Dustin doesn't hear this, but I do. Dustin Runnels, please go to the nearest, I don't know, what do you call the gimmicks? Like, a hotel, not a hotel, an airport.
Like a
phone where somebody needs to tell you they're there or whatever.
Like an intercom.
Yeah, anyway. So I'm like, Dustin, I think they just said your name. He's like, what? I'm like, dude, I think that they just said your name. Like, go find a phone and tell them, you're here. The minute he came back, he answered the phone. He had a conversation. The minute he came back, he looked at me. He goes, don't talk to me. I said, excuse me? Don't say a fucking word to me. I cried from Austin to Atlanta. And he said to me, he goes, my dad told me you're after my money. And the irony is, at that moment, he had not even paid an ounce of taxes. I owed no one anything. I had money in the bank. He didn't have fuck all. But yet, his dad told him, she's out for your money. So, I'm not one to back down. And, I just said, Dusty, you fucked up. You said and done the wrong thing. And, I'm here to help your son, not hurt him. But yeah, that was, and there's a way bigger story to that as well. But yeah.
But you confronted Dusty and said,
Oh, I
this
didn't
is
have
a,
a
this is a
problem
problem.
with Dusty.
Wow, look
yeah.
at you.
I
Nice.
was like, dude, I love your son. I love your son with all of my heart. I am not trying to hurt him. I'm trying to help him.
Right.
And don't you dare. And then, then he said, because I was good friends with Stan Kasten, who was the first person to ever be a manager of the Atlanta Hawks, Braves, and Thrashers. First person ever to do that. Stanley and I were great friends. And so Dusty said to Dustin, she's Stan Kasten. Another one, yeah. And I was just like, dude, you gotta pick, because I can't keep doing. I told you who I was with. I told you my history, and if you don't believe me, I need you to go.
So Dustin chose you.
Yes, until I didn't choose him.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Did you ever make peace with Dusty, or was it just basically like, go F yourself, or,
No,
permanently?
no.
Or?
I really appreciated the grandfather that he was to Dakota. Dustin's character was this old school actor. Remember at the beginning, he was an actor and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And which I just found not plausible. So this is maybe 3 months after Dustin signs with Vince to do Gold Dust. And I came up with this idea to have this old school, very elegant, old school actress. I would smoke a cigar because I smoked cigars in real life. So I thought, great write-off tax-wise.
You get some free cigars. Nice.
I was like,
pretty smart.
So every single thing that there has been about Marlena was me. Everything that has been about Alexander York was not me, except for her name. So, but anyway, so yeah, I was in the tanning bed in our basement. Dakota's like 1.5 years old. And I don't know why. I just started like reciting stories in my brain, and they need this, they haven't done that, and so I called Dustin and I'm like, dude, like, this is my idea, what do you think of it? And like at the time, Dakota's like 1.5 years old. I don't want to go on the road, but it was just something that compelled me to think about what they were missing. So I told it to Dustin on the phone. He was on the road, and he's like, I love it. I said, okay, call Vince and, like, let me know what happens. Well, Dustin was scared to death to call anyone in any kind of hierarchy above him. He goes, no. If you want to do this, you're going to call Vince yourself. I was like, I don't have a problem calling Vince. I give Vince called.
Love the phone.
All of a sudden, Pat Patterson answers.
Uh-oh.
And I said, Pat, it's Terry. And, I just came up with an idea that Dustin wanted me to express to Vince. And Pat goes, thank you very, very much. We're not interested. And clink. I'm like,
really?
Yeah. But I was like cool with that, because I was like, it was just an idea that I had, like laying in the tanning bed, like no big deal, nothing. I mean, I was
was
happy.
it honestly that quick? We're not into it.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. But I was
Not
happy
surprised.
being a mom, and I didn't need anything else, So I was fine. I was done. That was good. Whatever. And so then in what year? 95. I was at my grandparents' farm. I'm wearing overalls. Dakota's wearing overalls. Like, Santa's coming tomorrow morning. Dad's not here, but Santa's coming and whatever. And all of a sudden, Dustin called me. He goes, what are you doing? And I said, I'm here at Granny's house. He goes, pack your bags. They want to do your idea. Which still to this day gives me chills because every single thing that you see about Marlena was here. Nobody else ever. As much as I love Pritchard, I swear to God, I heard one of his like 7-hour podcasts on Dustin. He's like, yeah, Vince created Marlena. Vince didn't create all of Marlena. No. He might have created his own beautiful dick to someone else, but he didn't create Marlena to me. And I love Vince, and I always will because he's been good to me. But, yeah. So, did I just get nasty? I think I
You got a little nasty.
a little wee bit.
That's
yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
Well, was Vince pleased? Obviously, Vince was pleased.
So here was my thing. When I went to the ring, I said to him, either I'm going to carry a glass of wine or I'm going to carry a cigar. And he said, go with the cigar. But don't light it early. Light it right before you're at a gorilla.
Wow. Nice.
And then that showed up on Cigar Aficionado.
There you go.
I'm like, bitch, you didn't want me to light the cigar until right before I went out on Gorilla, but yet now you're on. Say what? Anyway.
All of Vince's issues that he had recently, he's had a great life, obviously.
Yes.
Were you surprised by that?
Yes. Yes.
Really?
Really? Okay.
I'll tell you why. He's always been very common sense, functional, like not like
Right.
Not like Larry King.
not like thank
Gotcha.
you. Very, very
Nailed it.
good like interlude into that conversation. Thank you. But like he just has never done that to me.
Never saw signs of it
No,
in the locker
and
room.
the weird. I'll give you another weird
Okay.
scenario. Jerry Lawler, hornier and up more than anyone I know, has never ever made me feel uncomfortable in his presence. On the day that happened, where she left Paul, she believed with every ounce of her being that she was going to be his wife, and she was going to be the top dog in our business. And then in one fell swoop, she found out that he was Stephanie, and her world went from 100% everything's going to be great going forward to holy what do I do?
Shattered.
And I will never forget we were in a locker room together, just she and I. I said, what the and she said to me, she goes, yeah, he's been fucking Stephanie. And I told Vince I was going to fucking kill her.
Really?
Yeah. And she goes, that's why I don't have a job anymore.